All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the 5ers live trading room. We're live. We are live. How are you guys doing? Let me know in the comments how you are all doing today. We got a lot of comments, a lot of people watching. Welcome, everyone. While you are here, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe, of course. Pretty sure that most of you are subscribed already, but for those of you who are not subscribed, I will activate the subscribe only chat, which means that is everything working, by the way? Is what about the microphone? Is the Alex is asking if I want some company. Do I want some company? He's asking, do you want some company or are you good? Well, I'm good, but do we want Alex here? Do we want Alex in the live stream? Depends, you know. Depends on why. Why do he want? Why? You know, why? What's the why behind joining? You know. Do we want to get him in? William says get him in. No. Carol says no. Who is this guy? Who is Carol saying no? Lewis. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 3 people saying yes, 1 saying no. Okay, should we make a poll? Let's make a poll about that. Alex is awesome. Yep. Alex is awesome. Well, you know what? He's probably watching. Is he watching? Let me see. Okay. William says he is good company for you. Nice. Okay, Alex is best and Jonathan is less best. Well, there's a lot of in this. If the comment would be a price action candle, it would be a doji. It would be a doji, like 50-50. Okay, so what are we watching here for? And by the way, guys, I got this new. Let's see if it works. Is it working if I do this? No, it doesn't. Okay. I got this new it's called a mouse trapper, which is weird. Weird name, but that's what it's called. And it looks like this, right? You can see it. Looks like this. And so you have the mouse is actually, you can see on the screen here. The mouse is this one, right? And the idea is that apparently it's better because I got starting to get like some pain in my. What is this called? What is this part of the body called? The wrist. Yes, that's right. The wrist. Started getting some pain in the wrist, so I'm thinking let's get this, and I order it, and it's like $400. Like very expensive, and it's shit. Like it's the build quality is catastrophic. It's really bad. But you know, let's see. Maybe I'm not the palm, the wrist. Yeah, maybe it's gonna help me in trading. I don't know. Probably not. It's wasting money on a plastic thing. Right. So what do we want to be looking at today? I'm gonna be breaking down some of my analysis that I've done this morning on the S&P 400, Bitcoin, Euro USD, and gold, and I kind of want to begin with that. Okay, William has a comment saying Alex isn't afraid of sometimes interfere with you. Others always are silent when you speak for 90% of the time. That's because Alex is just he's just rude, like he's interrupting. That's what he does.
I learned from the best.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome, man. How's it going?
Not bad. Have you been buying? You've been buying random things again, have you?
Yeah. So, yeah, I thought it was a good idea, you know, to buy this, and it's interesting. I mean, it's an interesting little thing, but it's yeah, not the best, not the best idea. So yeah, what are we? Are you trading anything today? I got a
Euro CHF long You know, I'm still in great profits. I pushed my TP up just a little bit higher, and I've trailed my stop. So I'm just in a little bit of an area where potentially could take me out on my trailed stop.
Are you long?
Yes, I'm
This
long
looks like a
from.
really good. Look. This looks like a really good short on the 4-hour.
Could be. I'm long on, off a 5 minute. So could be. I
Let's
am
take a
looking at
look at
GU
this.
short though. I do think GU looks like a good short. Could have already, from these areas, I think it could be a good short still.
Yeah, I think if we go into the one like the 1 hour here, we see we got this. Let's see, we got this. Trying to do the analysis on this new thing that I bought, and it's just not working very well. Okay, so we got that uptrend, and then you can see how hit that resistance, range, breakdown, and then got some sort of break and retest, it seems, of this level right here. And then we do have that 50 EMA right above. So I think on Euro, what am I doing? Okay, on Euro USD, I'm thinking maybe short up here if it shows a good rejection.
Yeah. So where your RLZ, that is basically the where I'm looking to get out. So I'm looking to get out 94 flat, which is a good round number, I think, and it's taken out that nice little order block, as Victor would say.
Wouldn't it make sense to, like, if you're putting TP at 94, wouldn't it make sense to put it at like 93, 99.7 or something like that?
Yeah, that was my original take profit.
Yeah, because I mean, you want
yeah.
to. The way I look at it, you want to front run the obvious levels, because the obvious, like, everyone's looking at the obvious levels, so there's going to be a lot of orders in there, and not everyone's going to get filled, right? So you want to make sure that you front run that area to make sure that you're one of the first ones to get filled.
Yeah, 100% with you, mate. I did a little bit of a mistake pushing it up a little bit further, but it looks like it's going back into my favor. I could get out of now my original TP. I'm more buggered about British pound, cable. Cable looks like it's going to come down right now, so I think that's the better trade, to be honest. Short.
Yeah, but I think if we look at the
Got a 5 minute.
1 hour, maybe. Yeah, but I'm just gonna see where we have the fib levels here. 15. Yeah. I think the rejection. Yeah, this looks good. But my EA has triggered a long on US 30, and I think the risk to reward is like must be 10.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite it's stupid.
Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find it. Okay, so the entry is, if I can just copy paste directly from MetaTrader here. Okay, so we got stop loss at here. We have TP up here, and the entry is okay, it's 6, but still that it triggered this trade. Like, what? Why? It's right at resistance. It's like, it feels just like such a stupid idea, but we'll see.
Look, since you've been using that EA and it's been telling you to get long on gold, it's been right all the time. So
yeah, it has caught every breakout on gold. So I'm thinking it might work on this one as well. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna check the the win rate and the risk to reward on this specific EA to make sure that, because if the EA is just way too if it has, if the win rate is way too, if it's very low win rate, obviously it has a high risk to reward. So I'm assuming that the win rate is quite low, and I can't remember what exactly that was. I think I'll have to lower the risk here on
So
this
I'm
one.
out of Euro CHF. My greed, unfortunately, cost me $200 of potential, no, $500 of potential profits. So there you go, people. If you got to take profit, keep it there. Don't start pushing it.
You shorted this and then
No, I was long. I was long. So,
right.
but my take profit was just on those wicks at the top there. So it would
Yeah.
have been really at the top. And now it's starting to break down a little bit. Starting to look a
But
bit tighter.
I think you still like. I still think you took profits in the right area. Like you exited trade in the right area because it looks like it could potentially break down now. So if we have, if we have this sort of top happening, like a rounded, sort of like this, and then it continues
Exactly.
lower,
Yeah.
and maybe we'll see something like this, then I think that could activate the higher time frame setup, which is a break and retest on the 4-hour right here. And I think if we add some moving averages here, the fact that price has been moving up quite steadily here must mean that the moving averages should be above price right now, especially if you look at the
Correct.
20 and 50 EMA. Not really. Okay, so the 20 and 50 EMA. Well, actually, it's the 20 EMA and the 4-hour right around where current price is. So let's go down to the 1 hour. This looks good though. This, the 1 hour looks good. And you have that low time frame support right here.
Might be worth taking the short right now, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. I still would like to see a lower high.
Yeah. You're just looking for the confirmation of the it could happen very, very soon. I'm not sure what's going on with GU though, why it's been so slow to have conviction on a side. Like it's doing like this barcoding type of price action.
Yeah.
Which quite a lot of currencies are actually doing the exact same. There's not many currencies.
GU does look stronger than EU though, but it looks like EU. You know, I got some analysis I want to do on these pairs right here. So now let's not do S&P 500. Let's see. Okay, so you know what? It kind of looks like the bulls are starting to take control here. You see that the last daily candle was a doji or a spinning top, so kind of like a spinning top. And if we break below, that would be a good top pattern. But we do see that the bulls are kind of stepping in and taking control here. And on the lower time frames, now this rising wedge that we marked out yesterday, we did have the initial break below that lower ascending trend line as support, but then it obviously the idea got invalidated, and I believe what we're looking at now is more of a what happens here. So on this mouse trapper thing, I have one key which is copy pasting. So if I copy like an image and then I'm unaware of it's being copied, it's gonna show up here on TradingView Live. So I feel like I need to kind of remove that function because, you know, look at this. It just copies everything. And what if I don't know, copy an image that I shouldn't be showing live, and then all of a sudden this pops up here on the screen live? That would be rather embarrassing. So I need to remove that that function. Like a copying a message from you saying like, look at this, look at this. I would never do that. Anyway, what we see here is now looks like more of a broadening pattern on the S&P 500, but it does look like the bulls are kind of stepping in here and potentially pushing price higher, which would be very good for my US30 position. And the same thing is kind of happening on Bitcoin here, where I remember yesterday we talked about how price action was quite indecisive here because we didn't really know if Bitcoin is reclaiming support or if it's hitting resistance. And I would think that, let's see where we have that level. I think 90, the 98 area above here, I would think is a good target if we break above this level, which is 95,750-ish. So move like that. And if the S&P 500 breaks out, I think Bitcoin will break out as well. And then we have USD, which the head and shoulders idea is invalidated. But I think if we can just reclaim this area right here, we should see a move up towards these highs. So there could potentially get some volatility during the JOLTS job opening later today. But I think a lot of people are looking at gold. So we got gold asking about Golden Bear asking about gold. We got Bookmark asking about gold. And yeah, let's take a look at that. So the scenario that we played out, that we marked out yesterday, a potential head and shoulders. Now, obviously, this is invalidated because now what we have is a potential range forming. So the idea that we're getting head and shoulders is invalidated, but the idea of having a top pattern is not yet invalidated because what we have here on the 1 hour is what I would view as a fairly clean range. I will look at this as probably something like that. And what we have here is price bouncing on range EQ. But that would be a break and retest of the range EQ area. And I believe that a break in either direction would be the next directional, the next big move on gold. So if we can break about 3,360, I believe we're probably going to come up and test the all-time highs and probably continue higher. That would also mean that this swing point that we're creating here on the daily is a higher low. And then on the 4 hour, if we break below, we have first initial support at 3,240. And then below here, we have high time frame support at 3,120 or 150. So a break in either direction, I think, is important for gold long term. And then intraday, a very good structure here. So I'm thinking for an intraday trade on, look how he, as soon as I start getting into my analysis, he just leaves. He's like, I don't want to listen to this. Okay, so going to be adding a fib here. And what we see here is that we're hitting that 50% fib of this latest up move, the move that took us from range low and then had a break and retest of the range EQ, right? And if we then can reclaim this low time frame resistance area, I'm thinking we might come up and test the areas around the local high. So if I would be looking for a trade on gold today, I would be looking at something like that. That's pretty much what I'm looking at. So this live stream is not about you following our trade setups. It's about more showing trade setups and breaking down from more an educational point of view. So if you're expecting us to give you signals or tell you what to do during these live streams, that's not what we do here. We break down market analysis and technical analysis and trade setups so that you can try to understand why we might take a setup and then try to replicate that on your own with your own system. It's very important to understand that this is not a signals service. But something like that is what I'm looking at for gold today. UJ longs, let's take a look. Okay, let's do a top-down analysis here. Yeah, okay, so on the daily, absolutely. I'm going short here with a small stop loss. Why a small stop loss? Let me know what your setup looks like. Yeah, if you're trying to get funded, probably shouldn't be copying trades. No, like you should never copy. Like if okay, never mind. USD JPY. So on the daily USD JPY, I can't believe I missed this one. This is actually a confirmation of my system. So I will actually have to enter a trade here on USD JPY. So first of all, what we see here on USD JPY is I've marked out this high time frame range right here with range highs, range EQ, and then range lows. And this range low area has been holding as good support ever since we entered this range in July of 2023. And what we see now, zooming in, we see quite bullish price action right here. And then, so bullish price action from the lows. And then if we add the fibs here, we see that probably hits the 50 here. Right, so it hits the 50 or the area around the 50% fib here, with that marked as the level that I wanted to see reclaimed for a long setup. So what we have now, in my opinion, is a downtrend, and this shows us a good potential break of structure. So what I would want to do is enter a swing trade here on USD JPY, where basically just enter current price at market, and then I'm looking to take it up to this area, most likely for USD JPY. Now I would enter this setup right now, and then I would add to the position if we have a reclaim of this level, because there's no good points to manage risk here, because the last swing low is this one, so I have to have my stop loss below here. I can't really have my stop loss here, even though that would be good risk to reward. It's too risky. But if we do have a move where price might move like this and then reclaim this level, then I might take a trade or add to the position with a entry here, and then this being the stop loss. What do you think about that, Alex?
Can't really add anything. That's that's the trade that I would trade as well. To be fair, going off all of that, I would have gone on to the 15-minute. If you go on to the 15-minute, coinciding with that trade idea of the overall higher time frame, going down onto the 15-minute, there would be a really nice entry to get onto the lows of that move.
Yeah.
A little bit more risky. But if I put up my chart, you can understand why I would be a little bit more.
I mean, looking at the low time frames, we can have a very tight stop loss here.
Yeah, so this is why it would look quite an interesting trade, just for the pure fact that the EMAs are holding us support. We've broken up on top of these levels. Obviously, you've gone through the overall higher time frame bias, and this kind of coincides. This price action kind of coincides with that. And just for the pure fact, now we've broken up with these highs, we've come back down, retested, and now that would be a really nice to push up to the 15 fib. That would be a really, really nice day trade. I just didn't see that, to be fair. It's really good, really nice, clean setup there.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna take that trade. I just have to think on what account should take it on. You know, I've got the EAs connected to different accounts, right? And one of those accounts is the high stakes. I got it on bootcamp and high stakes. Now it's important that when you're trading with a copier with the 5ers, you want to make sure that you're not taking all the trades. Man, I forgot what I was saying. You want to make sure that you're not taking all the trades exactly, like copying them over all accounts. So might want to split it out a little bit. Anyway, so looking at the high stakes, the hypergrowth account where the EAs are also on, like I have one bootcamp account only trading automatically, and I'm halfway to the first target. And in the hypergrowth account where I've modified some of the orders from the EAs and done some manual trading and manual management of the trades, I'm in a loss. So what this tells us is just follow the signals of the EA. If it's profitable in backtesting, then go ahead and just forget about it, right? I will open a position here on one of the evaluation accounts that are connected to my personal account as well. So let me just go in first and enter the orders for this trade. What I'm doing here is I'm entering at market for this trade, and then I will add to the position if I have confirmation, or when I get confirmation, or if I get confirmation. Calculate the position size. I'm going to be risking 1/4 of a use 1/4%. I'm using 1/4% risk, and then I'm going to eventually have between 0.5% to 1% risk in total on this trade if it gets confirmed. I'm going to calculate the position size here. We're not using a specific broker. We have a mixture of different liquidity providers. We're not using one specific broker for all the trading. Excuse me, guys. It's just taking a little bit to get all of this sorted here. We have many different MetaTraders platforms up and running simultaneously, so I need to make sure I'm actually entering the orders on the right market. Right, so the orders are in for that one right there. Do you think GU short is a wise idea, even though GU took weekly high level? Let's take a look at that. I'm just going to be adding some alerts on USD to help me manage this position. Remind me to look at the chart. So I'm setting close alerts above and below price just to make sure that if there's any type of movement, I want to make sure that I check out the chart. Yeah, I think yeah, that's right. I did actually take the trade because of you kind of pointing me in the right direction. If you're referring to the position size calculator, I'm using a position size calculator that can be found on, I believe it's a website called Earn Forex. You can go in there and check that one out. Now to this. So the fact, I mean, there is of course the possibility that we're watching this level as support, and we have a break above resistance, and we're now reclaiming that same resistance as support. So is it a good idea to short? I'm not sure. I mean, on the lower time frames, it definitely feels like, I mean, on the higher time frames, it definitely feels like there's a possibility of this being a fourth area as well. So I would be a little bit hesitant. Wait, I'm watching the 1 hour. I thought I was watching the daily. Okay, let's go to the daily. Man, I thought I was watching the 1 hour. But that 1 hour level actually aligns with this level all the way to the left on a daily. So this could very well be a reclaim of support. Because of this, I would probably be a little bit hesitant shorting this. Golden Bear is talking about a short on gold. Let's take a look at a short on gold. Yeah, now it's a clear rejection of range EQ. But I wouldn't short it all the way down below the range lows. But the fact that it's kind of like getting rejected once again here at range EQ tells us that there is some, you know, selling pressure coming in here for gold. So definitely worth, you know, considering a short. Let me know what you are seeing on gold. Let's do a poll on that. All right, are we bullish or bearish on gold? Right, I have no sound. Beautiful. How long was I muted? Okay, just a minute. No, look at the chat when I'm muted. Fantastic. Yeah, so let's create the poll first. Are we bullish or bearish on gold? The sound is back now, isn't it? Should be back. I'm still muted. I'm not muted still, am I? Let me know. Let me know in the comments if you can hear me. I'm adding the poll now, so you can go in the comments and vote on that one. Okay, so the question. Do we always start with 1/4% or 1/2% risk? So what I do is, when I have the first sign of a setup forming and the first sign of confirmation, I enter with 0.25%, 1/4% risk. And then if I see more confirmation, I add 0.25 more, with the goal of adding in total 1% risk per trade. But that is on a swing trading account. And so I can justify taking 1% risk per trade because it's only a few trades a month. But 1% is, in general, is quite high, you know. All right, guys, make sure that you like the live stream. Let me know what the quality of the stream, because I'm getting some alerts on the quality of the stream might not be perfect. So let me know if you can see everything and it's all good in terms of quality of the audio and the video. All right, gold right now we got 56% saying bearish, so it's about 50-50. It's about 50-50 for gold. I am bullish on USD CAD. What's your view on that? Do you think DXY is still going to decline? Let's take a look at that from a technical perspective. We're going to start with the weekly. Okay, so from a technical perspective, looking at the weekly on USD CAD, I would say that this is a really good area to be buying. It's at support, and you want to be buying support, you want to sell resistance. But the thing is, you also probably want to see some type of market structure shift before you enter a position. At least that's the way I want to look at it. I want some extra confirmation before I start building a position. So we got the weekly at support. I'm bullishly biased, but I'm also cautious given the fact that, and you know what, on the weekly I also like this spinning. Is it a spin? Is it called a spinning bottom when it's a spinning top at the bottom? Must be a spinning bottom. It's a doji type of candle with the small body and the big wicks, telling us that there's indecision between the buyers and the sellers. So let's take a look at the lower time frames here, see if we can find any. Well, the lower time frames is going to be the daily, right? We want to see break of structure. Okay, let's go to the 4 hour. We want to see break of structure. We want to see the same thing that we saw on USD JPY. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be adding USD JPY on top of this chart. Here we can see USD CAD as blue and USD JPY as purple. And we saw that while USD JPY, they are correlated with each other, right? Somewhat correlated with each other. And then USD JPY broke out and reclaim some type of support, while USD CAD, I want USD CAD to do the same. I want USD CAD to break out and reclaim those highs. So that's what I want to see from USD CAD. And when that happens, I have it all lined out here already. Then this will be the trade on USD CAD. So I'm going to be adding another lot right here. Now let's take a look at the dollar currency index. Wow, it's incredibly low here. Okay, so let's see if we can do some proper analysis here on dollar. We're going to begin with the weekly. Now the question is this a break of support, or is it, can we find, if we go back looking at historic price action, and maybe we can also look at the monthly here. The question is, have the dollar broken support, or are we just testing a broader major support area? Now, if we look at the weekly and we focus on this range, then yes, it has broken support. But usually what I want to see when there's a break lower, I want to see a sustained move. I want to see high momentum, strong moves to the downside when there's a breakdown. And right now we're, creating a bullish structure. We're clearly finding some type of support here. And the question is then, can we find a level on the monthly? And obviously that's exactly what we find right here. So looking at this from a monthly perspective, I want you to pay attention to how I'm adding the horizontal levels here, how I'm adding the horizontal rectangle box here. You know what? Sounds like we're getting into the territory of education here. Let's run the little technical mastery intro, and I will be back in just a couple of seconds. Wow, that's so cool. Okay, so on the monthly right here, I want you to pay attention to the when I add horizontal levels, I try to focus on the closing of the candles, the opening and closing, and I want to see, like here, for example, I like that area where on the monthly you had two candles, open and close right here. So I try to first focus on, can I connect different closing prices of different candles? Can that create a horizontal level? And then I want to look at, secondly, I want to look at the wicks or the shadows. So my first initial focus when adding levels is the closing price of candles. And what I first do is I try to get a general view of what I'm watching. And I think everyone can agree with me here that if you just take a quick look at this chart right here, you will notice this level right here. Okay, you most likely notice that. Let's try to make that a little bit more clear. What's up, Alex? Welcome back.
Thanks, bro.
So I'm looking at the dollar.
Original trade would have hit as well if I would have left it. Euro CHF.
Oh wow, that sucks. That sucks. I'm looking at the dollar here. I'm looking at the dollar currency index, and I'm gonna be basically what I at the beginning of the analysis, I said, if you look at the weekly, this is obviously like a range breakdown on the dollar currency index, but it's still trading very low to the support. So the question is this really a true breakdown, or can we zoom out and look at the higher time frames to see if this is just a move down to support? And what we see on the monthly, if I put together these closing prices of those two monthly candles and then these two, and then I'm just going to extend it to the right, it basically fills every important swing point ever since 2015 for the dollar currency index. But the question is this really a break below support, or are we merely wow. Do you know a good English course? I know
You're
a lot
asking
of
the wrong
good.
guy.
Okay. I know a lot of trading courses, but okay, so it feels like we could potentially just be hitting a high time frame support. So look at the daily. Before we enter this range, we have a good resistance being hit right here, and that's the exact level where we're hitting right now. So should we be bearish on the dollar here? I think it's the wrong time to be bearish on the dollar. The right time to be bearish on the dollar was beginning of the year, obviously, when we were trading this high, and when we broke that level. Like that's the time to be bearish on the dollar, when we had a almost, you can almost see that we have a almost a head and shoulders pattern here, right? And now we're at high time frame support. But back to the question, we had a question here. What is the question? USD CAD. Now we go to USD CAD. So the dollar currency index is trading at high time frame support. Are we bearish on the dollar? I'd say we're bearish, but it's not a good level to sell the dollar. So going to USD CAD with that perspective, we're at this level. So of course I'm going to be bullish on USD CAD. And again, the breakout structure that we need is the same that we have on USD JPY, the trade that I have open right now. So this is that trade on USD JPY. And if I can see the same thing on USD CAD, I will be adding a position to USD CAD as well. And the risk on the USD CAD position will be based on how much risk I have on USD JPY. Okay, you're a CHF. You closed that one and then it hit your TP.
I'm looking to get long on gold.
Wow. Oh, you want to go long on gold? The golden bear in the comments are going to be he's going to be furious. Going to be furious bear. Wait, your face is much bigger than mine. Better. Now our faces are equal in size. What is this? Did you discuss something yesterday?
What's this? So the lowest contract that I can have apparently on gold is one contract. Like, but what if I want half a contract? I don't want to put that much. What is this? That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's quite a big size depending on your. But I mean, on the 5ers I can open 0.1.
Okay, whatever I'm putting. Whatever.
This is the face Alex makes when he's about to make a mistake.
Probably because I can't put anything. I have to pull in my stop loss. I have to pull in my stop loss to get the minimum position on this, which is half a lot on this trade. So my stop loss has to come in because I've got risk limitations. Oh, I don't know. It's just a mess.
Right.
Anyway,
We had a
so I'm
comment here
in
asking
gold.
that did you talk about like leaving the live sessions yesterday? I was not in
Yeah, my
that
last
one.
Michael's been making everybody aware.
Right. Okay. So
So last day tomorrow.
last day tomorrow. So tomorrow's
Actually,
gonna
last
be
day.
Alex's last live stream here in the live trading room. So make sure that you
Exactly.
come in and you wanna do a trading challenge like me against you. Last trading challenge.
The last trading challenge.
Yeah.
Gosh, that would be fun. We can do the last trading challenge if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do that. That would be fun.
Oh, what the hell, man! Just lost. I lost $100 for no reason just now.
Just opening the position.
Yeah, because I opened up 2 because it was supposed to be 0.2, but then wouldn't let me. So I was like, okay, the contract side is clearly off. So I put 2 on, and that opened up a huge position.
Yeah.
I closed it straight away, and it was just $100. It didn't even move.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah. Insane.
That's the power of leverage. Right. Okay. So I'm. It's a fairly slow market today. We do have later today. We have the Jaws job opening. So when it's gonna come out when we end the live stream. Scalping isn't for everyone, Alex. Jonatan can confirm if yeah. I thought it said Jonatan can confirm if I think yeah.
Scalping, swing trading is not for everyone.
No,
Position trading is not for everyone. Trading is very, very individual. Trading.
I really like technical analysis. I like doing analysis, and I think scalping is less analysis and more trading, while swing trading is more analysis and less trading. I feel also like when doing swing trading, I get to do more analysis in a sense, and when I'm swing trading, it's just following. For me, it's just following momentum. Getting in on a move and trying to catch a move that's happening. While swing trading is more about trying to predict in a sense. I feel like swing trading, you're not really predicting; you're just following moves.
I am eventually going to look to start trading longer time frames. I don't know when I'm going to do that transition. I'm probably going to need your help, Jonatan, to get me into the right frame of mind of getting into trades and holding them for longer periods, because you've got 4 or 5 different pairs running it all at one time.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a different type of mindset, I think, than just being in and out and closing within a couple of hours or within a day. So
yeah, I think yeah, you need to switch mindset. I mean, when you're scalping, it's more about thinking long term, and it's also about what are you doing with your time when you're. For me, I can scalp. The big one of the biggest reasons why I'm not scalping is, I know that if I had the time to scalp all day, which I don't, then I would probably be able to do it successfully. It's just a matter of getting into the right mindset and having the right routines and just being consistent. What I would do first is just develop a profitable system, and when I have a profitable system, just follow that consistently. And I do have the RZ method, which works on basically all time frames, which is confirmed and back tested. But it's about the time. It's the time I spent. Ooh, I just got my cigars. Nice.
what did you buy?
I bought a couple of Davidoffs, and I bought My Father number 1. That's
now we're talking.
That was a
Fellow
really,
West Coast.
really good one. My father number one is a really nice one.
I like Nicaraguan cigars. I don't know why every cigar that I like is a Nicaraguan cigar, and every cigar that I don't like is normally like a Colombian or don't know why. Maybe it's the oils that they use are different to
Yeah, I mean the tobacco is way different in different parts of the world.
yeah.
It's all about humidity and the way it's been stored and all of that. Anyway, with swing trading, I think it depends on it depends on time. I really do think it also depends on time. I mean, for me, I'm doing a lot of work. I mean, I'm working a lot, and a lot of that work has to do with market analysis. Developing EAs, doing these live streams, and swing trading fits much better into that whole analysis. That market analysis role and live streaming and all of that. All right. I wonder if he knows that he's in the live stream right now. Right. Did we remove the screen? Nah, let's keep it on. Let's keep it on. Okay. Yeah. Probably best not to.
What?
Does he know that he's live?
Nope.
No.
Nobody does when they come in. Sometimes. No, the way. So somebody said, "What am I looking at? And what's we're looking at in gold?" I really do think we're going to see a really nice push up. We've come into an area of demand here. We've had 1, 2, 3 chances to push up. Now we've had a break above these highs. We can say a break above the wick, and we've had acceptance above the range, and now we've had a break retest, and I hope we're going to get a continuation. So that is the trade. I ideally want my stop loss to be there, but because of this silly little platform, my stop loss is actually here, which I don't like. It's a little bit too tight, especially with New York opening and jolts, but we'll have to assess that closer to the time. But that is the trade. I'm looking for it to come and take out the Friday highs, and we've already taken out the Friday lows, so Friday highs. And I do think with everything going on geopolitically, I do think we're going to continue to push up. I don't think this is the blow off top on gold. I think with stuff that's going on with India and Pakistan and all of the other kind of things that can possibly come out in the next couple of weeks, I do think we're going to continue pushing up.
So the India and Pakistan, is that confirmed? Like I saw something on Twitter, but is that
I think
actually...
I think they're already kicking off. I think they're already in. There's already issues there. Is it a blown full scale Ukraine, Russia? Probably not. Is it more like what else? The other things that are going on in the Middle East? Possibly. Could be the same type of thing. I don't actually know. All I know is that
like the conflict between Pakistan and India, it feels like it's kind of something's happening every other year, like there's something in the news about potential escalations, but I don't know how real it is now.
How much resources come out of India? Probably quite a lot. A lot of oil comes out of India, if I'm not mistaken, or there are a lot of buyers of oil. Let me have a look.
Yeah. But I mean, we do have comments from Pakistan defense minister saying that, and I'm quoting here, saying military incursion by India is imminent. Which is obviously a powerful statement.
Yeah. Is this the kind of environment that we really want to be longing equities and saying that gold is going to come down and be a blow off top? I don't think it's the time. I think it is a bit early for that. Somebody told, I think it was LJ that said that Buffett owns like a quarter of the bond market, the T-bond market. So he's taken all of the money.
He owns quite a lot of that.
Doesn't that say something?
I mean, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. I mean,
I don't know if it's a hedge. I don't know anything. I get you. Yeah.
But I mean, no, I don't think this is a scenario where we want to fundamentally short gold and long. I mean, looking at the S&P 500, it is still technically bearish, I would say. We haven't had any major breakouts. We still have resistance. Gold is still technically very bullish. I mean, I'm very focused on the 4 hour. I got a sneeze coming.
Yep.
Okay, it's gone. I'm looking at the 4 hour. It's like I'm very focused on what we could potentially see on the 4 hour and lower as the top formation. But on the daily, I mean, let's add Pedro, our in-house financial macro expert on gold, here to answer all our questions about the rising tension around the world. Welcome, Pedro. What's your comment on the global macroeconomics of the markets right now?
Sell everything you have.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say as well. Is sell everything, go into cash, buy a one of those containers, dig a big hole, put it in the ground, and go live in there.
That's it. Cash is king. We could see yesterday in Portugal that cash was king, and in Spain as well.
Yeah, tell us about that. What happened? So the parts of Europe, especially Spain and Portugal, lost electricity for how long, and what happened? And what was that like?
Yeah, so I'm in UK, to be honest, but just my friends and my family.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, but my friends and my family basically since 11:30 yesterday that they didn't have any kind of electricity. There was still Wi-Fi or internet apparently because we were still able to talk on WhatsApp. But then of course eventually even your phones, your iPhones, whatever, they run out of battery as well. So they kind of started to realize, okay, maybe I need actually to manage my battery just in case this goes to turns terribly and this stays like this for a while. Yeah, no one really knows the cause, I think, just yet. They can't say that was maybe an anomaly, atmosphere anomaly, which I think that's just a strange way to say
like
that it was a cause. Yeah.
Wait, so you're putting on your tinfoil hat here and saying that maybe that is not what happened.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't want to escalate issues if.
Well, the question is then, what do you think happened? Yeah, let's go there.
That's a good story. You can go many ways if you want to try to find a conspiracy theory of what happened yesterday.
Yeah, there's going to be
the reality that it was a nice experience for some people, maybe not so good for some or some others that maybe they were trapped into airports or in trains in the middle of nowhere that they had to walk back to I don't know where. Hospitals, I think at least in Portugal everything was okay. I think they had some batteries to kind of keep running. I think it will be much worse if this situation lasts for a few days, not just one day. But yeah, in the end, cash was king. Like you could see many people that were trying to buy some stuff. You don't have any cash, you cannot have food. You cannot buy anything whatsoever if you're outside. Which is interesting.
Yeah, I've started saving up cash just for that reason, you know.
Yeah, I went to withdraw some money because usually I haven't seen any coins or notes for a long time, for many months, to be honest. I always pay everything contactless with my phone. Yeah, actually, yesterday I went to withdraw some money. I have some cash in the house.
Yeah, it's important, man. I think probably Spain probably saw a big outflux of money being taken out today as well. Now that the electricity is back, but I just talked to Anastasia, and she she got her electricity back like a couple of hours ago. So the whole day yesterday and all night, no electricity and no water. And she told me like there's lines of like 50 cars to the gas station, and the shelves in the stores was just completely empty. And if you didn't have any cash, you couldn't buy anything anyway. So it's like, imagine if you're like, imagine
How
that
they
you're
measure what's getting sold and what's getting bought. So you can't, let's say if you're in a shop and they can't
What do you
track
mean?
of what's getting. No, if you're in a shop and they can't track with the barcodes of what's coming in, what's coming out, think of the kind of losses theoretically all of the books on the back end are going to be. It's going to be an absolute mess for them.
Yeah. That's definitely going to be that's going to be a time when a full day when there's no statistics on retail sales. Basically, it's just going to be that they know how much money went in and out. But it's interesting. I mean, I was going to say something that I thought was very clever, and now it's completely gone. But no, it's.
Yeah, it was just scary, the situation where all of a sudden 2 countries can just stop operating. Period. And
Yeah, because it was the whole. I mean, it was the whole country. It was the whole country. Like the trains, you stopped the everything. So I'm thinking, when it comes to like gas stations, I'm guessing that they have emergency power. They have probably diesel generators, generating electricity to the pumps. Because obviously, if you're going to go to the gas station and you're going to fill up your car, there's pumps actually pumping the gasoline, and they need electricity. So if you go to a gas station without having that diesel generator, you can't get any gas. And imagine if you're and I know a lot of families that do this. It's quite normal. Obviously, they go to the grocery store once a week, and they buy everything they need for that week, for food and everything. Exactly. What if this happens on that day, and you don't really have any food at home because you're gonna get your weekly groceries on that day, and you're a full family, like you have multiple kids and everything, and you don't have electricity or water for over 24 hours? That's going to become problematic. That's going to be quite, it's so I mean, in Sweden, the government has been sending out these pamphlets of saying like that we are responsible for taking care of ourselves for I think what is it, like 5 days, and they expect us to be completely independent for 5 days without any support from the government. And I think that's quite important to be able to actually, I mean, if you can't survive a week, a situation like this is going to be problematic. And how does it affect, us as traders? I mean, I guess it's not as important when, things like this happen, what our positions are doing. But I mean, imagine if you're the type of trader that trades without the stop loss. You're scalping without a stop loss. And I think this right here is one of the reasons why trading without a stop loss is absolutely crazy because it doesn't have to be like a big thing like this. It could just be the fact that your mobile connection dies at the same time as your broadband connection dies, and then you have no connection and you can't close the trade, and you're in a trade with no stop loss, and it keeps running against you. That's going to be very, very problematic.
That's true. Preparation above everything else. It's preparation. I think it's going to Yeah, it was food for thought. I think many people are now going to be prepared, or at least have some resources at home to prepare for any kind of eventuality like this. Have some batteries, have some I don't know, because literally you cannot do anything without electricity. That's just the fact of it. Even any food that you may have in the fridge, in the frozen, you cannot search food.
Yeah.
You maybe can buy some cans, like have food like that. Yeah, it's just
Imagine
scary.
if it happens in winter. I mean, here in Sweden it gets really cold. I mean, we're gonna have winters when it's like minus 20 or even 30 degrees, and you can't really stay outside more than, if you don't have good clothing, you can't really stay outside for more than 30 minutes or an hour before you actually start freezing to death. So if that happens in winter when it's super cold, that's a real problem. So yeah, better stay prepared out there, folks. But it didn't really affect the markets. It didn't really affect the markets much. I wonder what happened with the Spanish stock exchange, though. I'm gonna have to look that up. Madrid. So the Madrid Stock Exchange. I'm guessing that the Madrid Stock Exchange does have an index.
Yeah.
I wonder which one it is, though. I'm gonna have to look that up.
EBEX is EBEX 35.
See what?
EBEX. Sorry, IBEX.
Right.
35.
Okay. Is it that one? No. Okay. Spain 35.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe there's a better one.
It didn't really get affected, did it? Yeah, whatever.
Not exactly.
Okay, it didn't really get affected at all. I'm interested to see what the European indices are actually doing here. Let's look at that retest. Now that is a nice retest on Euro 50. That looks pretty good. Let's look at the UK 100. We got the German 40. Oh, wow. The Swedish one looks terrible. Okay, so let's look at the European indices are kind of looking better than the US ones. Okay, we got US 30 is moving higher, hoping that we're going to get a breakout here. Let's see. Guys, I'm gonna take just a 5-minute break. I gotta get some water. I'll be back in just a bit.
Okay.
I'm gonna be adding your screen, Pedro.
Mine? Okay. All right. What are you guys looking today? Anything in particular? Alex, you are looking for longs on gold. Is that what you were looking before?
Yeah, it's looking at it. It's dealing my stop. My stop isn't in the best place. I think I'm in the trade a little bit too early, so I'm a little bit premature on the trigger. Euro CHF really, really nice, still pushed up. I think there's a good opportunity on Euro Pound as well for a nice long trade.
Euro Pound.
But a lot of these pairs have already started moving, so
yeah.
I do think we're gonna have a nice move up and probably take out the 85.05 level for Euro Pound.
85.
Yeah, 85.05. This is on a
05.
15-minute.
Okay, yeah, the most recent high.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to follow as well Euro Pound. I was looking for the shorts last week. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. So I wanted to see this one retracing a little bit higher to actually look for that. To actually for that short, it never happened. I'm still waiting a little bit more. I want at least the Euro Pound to get a little bit closer to this previous level support resistance in here, maybe close to 84.7 or something like that, just a little bit lower. So I would like it to go a little bit lower before looking for moves. But one of the targets that I'll be looking for, or a zone that I think that price can resume the sales, is whenever it retraces back to this structure. So I'll be wary of this one. This price can just continue to eventually move lower, and eventually can even fill out this. So I'm looking either somewhere in here for some reaction, or then price to just come all the way back to just retest this structure in here.
We had like if you have a look on the 4 hour, we had a nice long macro kind of like trend line that we did break out of.
Something like this.
Exactly. Yeah. So that kind of retest on that.
That
trend line, kind of causing. I'm not looking, I'm a little bit like a scavenger. I'm not looking for a big move. I'm just looking for 10 pips. So that level just off like that trend line, if it shows any kind of support, then that's the reasons why I'd be probably looking for that small trade up.
If I zoom in a little bit more, somewhere around this structure could be reaction, because we had this demand zone that managed to break that big structure on the left side. Price went up, protested it, kind of created a little bit of a fake out in here, and I think that maybe somewhere around here there can still be some orders, which is basically where price is almost retesting, or basically retesting. This can be nice. This can be a nice level. And to be honest with you, I've been waiting a little bit just in case actually Euro Pound goes up. That usually means that maybe Pound Dollar can go down, or the Pound
Dollar. I've been looking for it to go down all morning. I didn't get in where I said I was originally going to get in. I got spooked out of the position. But that just typical kind of break retest type of trade. When we were first having a look in the morning, we were looking at this, and this was on the AlphaBeta live stream. We were looking at price to already do something like this. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen the kind of pattern where you've got consolidation. So you've got consolidation, price breaks, and traders automatically think that leg is the actual proper break. So they're already starting to short this level, expecting it to go lower, but then price comes up, takes out all of the highs, and then actually makes the real leg down. So that's something that if you pay attention to, you can see quite a lot on many different pairs. Now, the original idea on this was for that to actually happen, and for the trade to look something like that. And that was based off coming into the 618 and then pushing off. So it did come back in to take that, and then eventually has started to push down, and that's where we're at right now. But I didn't take the trade. So actually, it's good analysis, but if the analysis it doesn't result to anything, it doesn't really matter. So
that type of move that you described, that's actually what I'm always waiting for. That final quick spike up and to get in, either to try to get in at that spike up, or now on the right side of the spike.
Exactly.
That's kind of what I'm always looking. But when looking at the Pound Dollar, just a little bit more in the bigger picture. Thank you. I've been waiting for a while for price. Actually, last week I was already waiting for that, for price actually to take this top in here. Initially last week it retested it kind of as a double top move, then came down, kind of retested just this next structure, basically retesting the previous level of resistance becoming support. But I was still looking. I'm still looking for price to go a little bit higher. The zone that I like is still a little bit higher. So I would like to see still pound dollar moving eventually higher. But now it makes like anytime you take a high like we are taking right now, especially at the double top like we are doing it, there always the scenario where you can have kind of that liquidity grab, whatever, and actually price can start moving lower initially before it resumes to move to the upside, which is more or less what's going on this morning. We took the tops, not just this one, but also the one all the way back, and price is finding some selling pressure in here. So yeah, this could have been actually a nice move. Who knows if it's going to refill all this price in here again to move to downside, or if it's going to find something else in between, maybe 50% retracement and tries to go higher again. But in the bigger picture, I'm still hoping that pound dollar goes a little bit higher into the next level that I'm looking for. But more intraday, I think it can potentially trade around this level, maybe even feel these lows. That kind of come back into here. And if that happens, then maybe euro pound can have that bullish momentum that we'll be talking about. If that goes in alignment in this scenario. I think actually euro, pound card. Pound card can be one of the pounds as well.
Yeah, pound CHF. CHF seems weak across the board.
Pound CHF. Yeah. To be honest, the only CHF that I usually look for is just the dollar franc Swiss.
Dollar CHF as well, yeah. Looks...
But yeah, are you looking for sales in here on the test of this?
No, so I wasn't trading that. I was actually in a long on Euro CHF this morning. But I'm looking at on a 4-hour USD CHF, you can see one of Victor's Quasimodo patterns. Which is quite a nice. Might want to go on like a 4-hour pattern. You'd be able to start to see what I'm talking about. No, so that's USD CHF, mate.
USD. Oh, okay.
Yeah, USD CHF. Euro CHF is.
Yeah, I can see.
Trade is already out.
A potential long in here. Or...
Yeah, so it would be an interesting trade within this area to take it long. And I do feel like a good target would be 83.63, but you gotta pinpoint it. You gotta find an entry in. Yeah, an entry into it. Gold is putting me under a little bit of pressure. I think I was a little.
When I'm looking at euro franc Swiss, price has been super bearish, like a little bit in alignment with the dollar. We just broke some structure in here on the left. Sorry, this candle is not correct. This candle is way lower. This is kind of when it was that crash on the franc Swiss in some time frames. Maybe you can see it, and others maybe don't. But yeah, the spike in here is lower. Whatever. But we broke out this structure, and basically price just retested. So basically just retested this support resistance. So by any chance, if someone was long from these lows, that could have been one of the targets. Just traditional move, break structure, retest the previous support resistance, and that could be a trade. The same way that he could start looking for some shorts yesterday, to be honest, at around this level. But I agree with you. This could be because this is one of those tricky situations where you do manage to break structure in here, right? You manage to break all these highs. But at the same time, you are also retesting already a good level on the left side, which means it's a bit confusing just to know if this actually break structure and price is ready to go, or if this was just a retest of this bigger structure on the left side and prices may want to just continue to move. So I agree with you. I will be looking. I want to see price kind of coming back into this kind of left shoulder in here. You got that potential Quasimodo that you mentioned that could lead into a long. So I do want to see that. I would prefer, even if you do have this kind of a move right now, just 1 hour just to see it. If you do have one last break of a high, which to kind of confirm that maybe you actually want to go higher, and after that you may have this deeper retracement and then a move like this. I would actually prefer, because when I do see a move like that, I actually like to see a second high being taken, just to confirm, instead of just one high being created after a breakout structure, to have kind of a small second high, and then price does come here and whatever, and then you may have that move a little bit in alignment. So I would like actually to see that, because at this point price retested or respected this top in here, which can actually lead into a new sales in here. The price could actually respect this level and break, because we did manage to break out the structure as well. Yeah, depending on the intraday move, what you can have in here. But there are a few scenarios that you can have in here. Can maybe sell from here. You can potentially go long from here if price comes back.
Yeah.
The same way that maybe price wants to find some other resistance in here. Yeah, it's an interesting. We are in those phases that if it's a reversal, when you are creating a bottom, there's still opportunities either to sell it or to buy it, because this is the most undecided moment in the chart.
So everybody's saying that gold has dropped. Gold is not. It's not dropping. That we can't look at a 1 minute and saying that's, it's a drop. The moment it's sat on support. So you just got to be wary. If you're selling into this level, you are selling into support on an asset that has been trending for the last 2 years. So just got to be a little bit wary. I do understand that I may be premature into this trade. Ideally, I would like my stop to be underneath that. I don't know why. Now I'm in the position, maybe I can cut half of the trade, the size of the trade, and then push my stop loss to where I want it to be. I still undecided about that, but I am in the trade here, which is still in line. The reason why I like this trade so much is we got these highs here. These are perfect equal highs. Mm-hmm. We haven't done this move, whereas this impulsive move hasn't taken out these highs straight away. It's actually come and front run them. So a lot of traders that are looking to get short here, where is their ideal stop loss going to be? An ideal stop loss is going to be above these highs. So I do think it's going to start drifting up. And when I say drifting up, I really do feel it's going to drift up until New York opens. And then we're going to see what it really wants to do. If it's going to be, something like that and take out these lows, or if it's going to, again, take out these highs and then these highs that right there. I'm leaning towards the highs. But there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in a small range, right? For this last couple of days, gold. It has a bigger picture, like you have the top in there. We actually managed to break an important low as well, and after that, it has been just in this range, and that's where basically I've been trading. Just similar to what I mentioned as well. I would actually like to see a new low being created if I actually wanted to sell the top. Basically, I would like to see actually a new low in here being created. If by any chance, then I want to look for a new sell around this structure in here. But for now, this was kind of what we marked yesterday during the Portuguese live stream. We kind of had a potential reaction from here. Actually, price reacted from it after the stream, and this is the next level. It's basically price is almost there, or basically reacting from it already. That's usually what tends to happen in a range. Is you start having bigger moves, and then all of a sudden those bigger moves, they can start getting smaller and smaller until eventually breaks one side or the other. And that's kind of what's going on in here at this point on gold. We'll see.
I'll leave you guys to it. I'm just going to pop off and I'll speak to you guys in a bit.
Thank you, Alex.
Hi, Victor.
Hello.
See you later.
Hi, Alex. Pedro, how are you guys doing? And everyone watching? Thank you for watching. We have some good viewership as of now, but I would like to ask you for some likes, if you don't mind. Support our channel. Greet me with a like. How about that? How are you doing, Pedro? How is Mr. Pedro doing today?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Starting to track a little bit the US indices. I think I may start to try to find short opportunities if they actually come up, but I like where price is approaching right now on US indices, so I'm enthusiastic about that. at this point. So we'll see what will happen. But how are you? How are you, Victor? It's been how was your weekend?
I'm well. I'm better, getting better all the time, improving. That's what I like in a different aspect. I'm not almost not only talking about trading necessarily, but I mean other stuff as well, like running and sleeping habits, things like that, which I focus on basically all the time.
That's interesting. Just on that point, do you track your do you track your sleep or
yes,
your fitness?
Yes, I do. Yes, I have to admit I'm not there where I need to be or where I want to be, but I'm very conscious of it. I'm very aware of it, and I track my resting heart rate, my heart variability, and I see the consequences or the the things that I do during my day and during my week and my sleeping patterns, and I see how it is affected, all these markers, all these metrics, and I'm always trying to have a positive feedback, right, to intervene and do the things that needs to be done. Remind myself, we actually sleep is very, very important. So when you ask me, I think about those things as well, not only about trade. I say, okay, how did I sleep? How is my resting heart rate? Yes, I'm doing great. I did this or that. So, but you were gonna ask?
Yeah, it was just to then see if you're actually tracking that data, and I presume that you would, because you love to track data, so that would make complete sense from you.
Yes.
Then if you start then noticing the correlation between that data and having a good night's sleep, kind of your resting rate to be okay, or fitness levels to be okay, then the correlation with performance into trading, like or if you see a pattern, because usually that can have an impact. It's something that many people don't pay attention to, but it's a hidden characteristic that actually has a huge importance on the way you perform on a daily basis. And if you see any patterns in that aspect, like better sleep, better also working out and just following some daily routines, then eventually comes up with good performance in your trading.
Actually, to be honest with you, you're asking me about patterns in my sleeping habits and the metrics of my heart variability, and I can confirm I do spot quasis and order blocks in these data as well. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I do like we always say this, and it's so true, that the kind of trader you are in your trading in general is a reflection of you as a person. And so however you are outside of trading, you probably are also while trading. And I like data. I like investigating and looking for patterns in trading as well as outside, right? It's no different. That's who I am. So I do see those correlations for sure. I know for a fact, and you don't even have to track them to know this. You just by memory you can know this, or by looking back and having a little pause on your day. If you have a bad night of sleep or a sequence of that, you are impatient. You're gonna be impatient. You're gonna be not equipped to handle stress well. You will not have the focus. You will not have concentration. So many things. Sleep is so undervalued, right? It needs to be valued much, much higher in our priority list, because it seems like it's that moment, right? These are hours you're not seemingly not doing anything, but it's very important for your daily efficiency and actually effectiveness as a trader. I for sure, nowadays it doesn't affect me as much, in the sense that if I don't sleep well, I will start making mistakes like over trading. That doesn't happen anymore. But back in the days, it would make a world of difference how I slept, right? Now I have a whole system and things to check to stop me from, deviating from the plan. and I'll stop myself way before that. But I notice in many other things that I catch myself more often thinking about something that I shouldn't when I'm not well slept, right? When I haven't slept well. Just a little thing, like I have a habit of not thinking about the P&L, right? So it doesn't affect me. I do not want to be thinking too much about, if my P&L is I don't know, let's say it's 1,000 up or 1,000 down. I don't want to be thinking about that, right? So even though I may know this, I may notice that because obviously I know how much I'm trading with. But on a day where I don't sleep well, I catch myself thinking about it just a little bit more often. And that's I still don't do anything with it, but I know it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
So in that way, I can spot it all the time how sleep and fitness in general, not only sleep but fitness in general, your health affects you as a trader as well. I mean, it's obvious, right? Your brain is just another organ, and if you're in bad shape, obviously your brain would probably be in worse shape as well. So it's a no-brainer, pun intended. So what do you track? Now you started with the
the same thing. So actually I use the Whoop bracelet just to track my sleep. It was actually something interesting that I found out about myself. I didn't know. I sleep maybe around 6 hours, 6 hours and a half. I think the best is if I sleep 6 hours and a half at least per day. But something that I found out about myself, which I didn't know, is that my sleep efficiency is really high. Okay, it's just naturally. I go to bed, I just sleep, and I eventually I spend all time sleeping. Like my deep sleep and everything is really high, above 90s. Like even if I I feel sometimes that I may have a bad sleep, but it's still like 91 or whatever. So my average at this point is like 93 or 94, which is well, I may take advantage of that because that helps me maybe not to sleep so much. For some people that would have a much lower efficiency sleep would most likely need to sleep much longer or spend more time on bed to do so. But then what affects me is my recovery. Like if I don't sleep actually those many hours, my recovery is always on the yellow, more average than peak performance. Which is interesting. I think I actually saw an interview one time with Ronaldo. Ronaldo also uses kind of this device. Ronaldo is crazy. Like his recovery is always like in 600 days. His recovery rate of rest and sleep, it's above the 90% of his days, which is crazy. Which is again that's being a professional based on this profession, being an athlete, professional athlete. Recovery is really important. That's why he's never getting injured and so on and so forth. Like that goes into, it takes naps during the day and so on, the rests, the ice baths and whatever it may be. But yeah, so I do track my sleep. I have a list of daily habits as well that I like to do, from exercising, maybe reading, maybe stretching, meditating, whatever it may be. So I like to also track that because that goes into being disciplined. So if I do kind of follow my normal daily routine of and habits that I want to implement, I know that usually helps me to also stay consistent with my own trading. And yes, if I do start skipping some, or if my habits routine kind of goes down, instead of maybe being around 80% or 90%, it starts being 50 or 60s, then eventually that can also have an impact on my trading. And that's the interesting thing about this, is like, just like everything, it's not just by when you don't do it on time, nothing happens, right? Or even 2 times. It's usually it's what happens after you maybe start deriving from your routine after 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. That's when also you start noticing those small changes in your own trading. Just like exercising, right? It's not after 1 workout that you have your dream body. So yeah, I do follow some daily habits. I follow my sleep, but something that I track as well. So my efficiency, my recovery rate, and so on. And then I try to correlate a little bit with my trading to see if there is actually a correlation in there, and it should be. And usually there is. For example, you mentioned about not sleeping enough hours. Usually, as you mentioned, it's not just one day. But if you do sleepless hours for 2-3 days, I become more irritated or easily irritated. Like if someone speaks to me in a bad way or whatever, or I'm not so patient to actually listen to the other person, and I just start, I'm just more irritated, lack of patience, which is not great, not even great for myself, even for the others around me, and the trading gets also affected with that, right? Because what happened is if you make a small mistake, now you kind of are reactive to the market, like you start complaining with it, or you enter too early, or you miss an entry. Why did I do this? And it's kind of then can lead into revenge trading sometimes, right? Which is it's small things. It's a small nuance that can have a big impact, and that's why trading, as I mentioned, is so important. It kind of reflects exactly who you are as a person, even outside trading. But this is an interesting conversation. Maybe not many people are aware of this, and something that actually all these devices sometimes tracking data helps is just to become more self-aware. Just be more self-aware when things happen. That's one of the key points as well. It's just more self-awareness in the moment of things happening. But
the whole thing of the whole idea behind trackers, right? Health trackers, whether you do it through a phone, whether you do it on a wrist or any other device, is that it brings awareness to your habits in an objective, quantifiable way. And and the same goes with journaling, right? It's the same idea. If you don't track it, you have no awareness of it, you can't do anything about it. Although you might know it's not going well, you're not sure where, why, etc., and how bad is it. And tracking is with your health is the same thing. I mean, if you may feel you're a little off a day, a certain day, you don't really know it. If you are tracking it, you can look back and see, okay, this is what's happening. I can see with these trackers, you can actually see before you get ill, right? I can see the night before that already something is happening in my body, and it's the day after that I get the symptoms. It's kind of very, very cool. You actually get like a warning, something is not good, something is not well. But bringing it back to trading, what has been most impactful in terms of tracking with your trading? Have you noticed? What is the one or two things you say, wow, this is where I need to pay attention? Or have you seen anything like that, like a single or two things where that is impactful for your trading, hands down?
Actually, these things related to the routine. It's something that I actually start to pay attention to, which sometimes may think, it's not related to trading. It's not about my strategy. It's not about win losses or whatever. But it's actually about me being in my best mood to perform at my peak. Okay, because after a while, after many years, and you know exactly what you are doing every day, you know that your strategy works and everything else. It's how actually you get to the chart on a daily basis to be able to perform at your peak. So actually starting to track a little bit of these metrics, based more, let's call it performance metrics in this case, or habits metrics. That's actually something that it helped me to be more self-aware. Because I actually feel good. You just feel good with yourself just by doing these small things that you like, and that you feel that you are improving on a daily basis by doing that. Then if you want to actually look at trading itself, something that I implement, and usually you don't see that on the journals, on the trading journals, is actually to try to separate your own trading in basically 6, 7, 8 different phases within your own trading. Basically, your higher time frame analysis, your execution, target, stop loss, trade management, your risk in terms of how much size you are putting or not. Also, your mindset. So basically, you start dividing every single trade in those 6, 7 different characteristics, and you start grading it individually, right? Or try to find out if you made any mistake in those 7 different aspects. For example, you may have got a winning trade, but maybe the way you manage your trade, it was not correct, or maybe the target was not correct, or whatever it may be, or maybe you actually had a loss in your trade, but your higher time frame analysis was actually correct. The type of approach that you were looking for was correct. Maybe just your execution or your stop loss was in the wrong spot, right? So you start actually separating and finding individually which aspect of your trading is your strength and your weakness. And this basically gives you the answer on what you need to work on to improve, basically. Like if all of a sudden after 30 trades or for a full month in trading, in April, for example, that you are getting close to the end of the month, you start realizing, okay, the way I do, the place where I usually place my stop loss is wrong. I'm constantly being kind of just stopped out by a pip, and then price goes in my favor, right? There's maybe something in there that you could get or improve on. So you are going to actually now next month, that's your focus, is kind of to find a way to identify kind of the problem. Now you start thinking about the solution and how actually you can implement it in your own trading. And maybe you can also see, okay, maybe the best thing that I do in my trading is my execution, or the way I look for my targets. Like I really like it, like the targets that I look for, usually price goes there quite naturally, and it's a good level, whatever it may be. So you start being more self-aware as well within your own trading. Where is your strength and your weakness? You can, something that is interesting as well is actually you can allocate the dollar amount to the situation, because now you filter just by stop loss, and now you actually see, okay, the mistake I did with my stop losses, it cost me $2,000 this month. So now you actually even has a figure amount, a dollar amount allocated to the mistakes that you're making, because one big thing with trading is that when you are tracking your mistakes, it's kind of subjective. Like you don't really have a number that actually tells you in your face kind of how much actually you are losing by constantly making this mistake. Okay, so this actually helps you to actually have a better understanding. And when you actually know the dollar amount that is causing us to, or kind of that mistake is causing us, it forces you to actually take action. Okay, because now you know, okay, this actually is costing quite a lot of money by repeatedly making this mistake. So that's a good way as well to kind of separate within your own trading. Try to make it more kind of tangible to actually be able to track where is your strength, where is your weakness, and how can you continue to improve on a monthly basis. And now let's imagine that after 1 year, so every month you actually are improving one small aspect of your own trading, you are going to become a much better trader at the end of 12 months following this process.
Actually, you mentioned two great things there that I think are golden nuggets. One thing is to quantify to in order to get motivation, because some people might think, well, I don't want to track. I track this already. I track my trades already. I don't want to be tracking more stuff. It takes more time. It's inefficient. I don't like to do that, and I understand that. But in order to get, for those who are not naturally motivated to do these things, like I am, I don't need motivation to track things. I do them. I like doing it anyways. But if you want to have that motivation, if you need that, is the quantification of the errors or the habits in dollar amount, and then per week, per day, per month, whatever is relevant to you. That is a huge eye opener. You said it, and it quite rightfully so. For example, I had a routine. My backtesting has a certain time of the day where I need to start trading. Right, it's a hard number time where I should start. I should prepare before that. At that second, I should be ready to execute. Now, you can imagine if I don't have a regular sleeping pattern, I may not be as precise with this, starting time. And what I've noticed is that, okay, it's fine. I want to improve it and everything. But the moment I put a dollar amount, how much I'm missing by not having this in place, changes everything. Now now you make it real. I want that, whatever number it is that I'm missing, because I missed let's say 4 trades within a month. How much money is that? right?
Yeah.
And actually real money on all my accounts, on my portfolio, and you say, hold on, I need to be more responsible. I'm actually leaving money on the table. And it may be something very simple as having more fixed, put in an alarm before the time
Exactly.
is, or putting an alarm to go to bed, something very simple that you might already be doing, but by just becoming more aware of it, you can make sure that you do it well and you don't miss those trades or do whatever that is making you leave money on the table. I mean, because you put in all the work already to be a profitable trader, to be funded, and you're not, making use of your tools to the maximum of your ability, right? You're not maximizing, you're not optimizing the time and the return basically of your investment, which is in time, right? We put in time to get where we are, and we want returns to be as high as possible on that time. So it makes sense on different levels as well. And the other thing you mentioned, Pedro, and I credit Rich, right? Our performance coach, Rich, for this. You can actually gamify this whole tracking thing, right? Instead of looking at your P&L at the end of the day, which is, of course, that is the ultimate goal, right? You, in the end, you do it for the money, right? You're exchanging your time, your strategy, and you expect some kind of monetary reward from it. And that's undeniable. However, we all know that focusing on P&L is not the greatest thing for your mindset, for your process, for a lot of things. And one of the things that I learned from him, he talks, Rich, I mean, he explained to me how he does it, where he breaks down his process, right, and into a scoring system, right, just like you said, and that's his his goal for the day, having a certain score based on his process. And I find that to be it's such a good hack, because one, you're going to be automatically, because you're focused on the not a P&L of your account, but the sort of the score of your scoring system, how well you did your process that day, and it automatically makes you, it pushes you in the right direction, which is focusing on the process, focusing on starting the day. Let's say in my case would be starting the day trading at that specific time, right, which I need to start. That would be, that's one point. That just say start and end at the right moment, not late or not too early. Like that's one. I'm just thinking something up. That's just one point, let's say. And the other one is a certain thing you do in your process, and you look at your score, and that's where you're going to be measuring yourself, how well you did on that day, solely based on the process and how well you follow that plan you have put on for yourself, and nothing to do with your P&L. Because in the end, we can't control our P&L. You can only control how well we follow the plan, the trade plan, and the trade plan will, in time, give us, X number of profit or losses. So I think it's awesome having a scoring system and focus on that.
That's how I do it, actually. I measure basically three things, right? Daily habits. Okay, so that helps me with consistency. Second is my process efficiency, which is actually focused on these 6, 7, 8 different aspects of my own trading, where I grade. Basically, you grade each one of them, like I had them frame analysis, either a 1 or a -1. Okay, so in the end, if it's kind of you did everything correct, it's a 1 equals 100%. If you start making some parts wrong within the process, it starts lowering your grade to 70, 60, or 0 if you basically you made everything wrong on that setup. And then at the end of the month, after a certain number of trades, you get your average, right? You eventually come up with a number, and that basically, and the other metric that I track is I call it outcome efficacy, which is basically tracking more focus on outcome, but outcome in the sense that it's not just P&L, it's actually trying to see where was your, how much did you make this month? Okay, let's pretend that you made $2,000, but then you also start tracking your mistakes and you start tracking your missed trades, similar that you mentioned, right? That if you start missing trades. So I also track my missed trades, and I also track the mistakes, and mistakes comes from that process of the performance efficacy. And basically what you're trying to define is, okay, if I had my perfect month where I have the amount of dollars I made minus the mistakes, like if you start adding or removing the mistakes from my own trading, that gives me, and I still add kind of the missed trades that I made. So maybe this month I could have made, let's call it 10,000, but in reality I only made 2,000. Like there's a gap in here of 8K that I could have made, but I didn't due to mistakes or missed trades that end up happening. And then, of course, you know which one is which. But it means that at this point, you are only 20%, your performance was only 20% of your full potential, which is you just make 2K and you could have made 10K. Okay, so yes, you do need to try to find out why, right? You pay attention a little bit to your journal and to review your trades. But then the only thing that you need to focus on next month is maybe to close the gap for 40%. Okay, no one's going to have any in any month 100%. Okay, you are not going to not make any mistakes, or you are not going not to miss any trades. That's impossible. And if you are doing that, maybe you are just playing too conservative. Maybe it's time to start expanding a little bit more your trading to challenge yourself. But that's the goal. The goal is go from 20 next month, maybe to 30 next month, and to 40, and always try to improve a little bit in that aspect, either of the outcome or in terms of efficiency or process efficiency of the way you are executing your trades and everything else. Maybe your last month was 60%. Your next month is just to get to 70. It's not to get 100. It's just 70. It's incremental gains on that in that aspect, and which is you do that by, okay, let me see what mistakes I did the most. Okay, I want just to work on this part. And something that you do is by doing the daily report card, which is something that from Mike Bellafiore and from the SMB Capital, which is basically you choose one aspect. In this case, we gave the example of the stop loss. Basically, if your focus this month is to improve your stop loss, you are going to be grading every single day that you trade on how good or how well did you place your stop loss. Okay, so 0 to 5. If it is really nice, you put a 5. Perfect. After 2 or 3 weeks of giving it out is kind of a 5 or a 4 score, which is really positive, then you can start working on something else, which means that you already improved that aspect of your trading. So you can quantify everything. You can actually set up some goals on how you're actually measuring even your progress, and then to eventually come up with something else to work on. And that's it. Like, you don't really focus on P&L, because if your execution is close to 100%, most likely you are making money. If your outcome efficacy is kind of close also to 100%, most likely you are capitalizing on every single move that you are managing to get, and most likely you are making money as well. And that's it. It's kind of a consequence of good habits and good practice.
Awesome. I see we have in the background, we have Modest Mike, the great Modest Mike himself, and we will be switching to the next segment of our stream. Pedro, I will come back. Will you come back as well when we come back after the segment?
Okay. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here until 12.
Perfect. So, all right, let's switch and let's see where it is. There we go. All right, here we switch.
Damn, you got to love that intro.
Awesome.
Gets you going every time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's getting
It
better and
does.
better.
It does. It really does. I mean, we should do it like every so often, a couple of times a day, because it gives you a surge of energy, like a cup of coffee almost.
I really, it's like I feel like I'm a broken record playing a broken record, because the tune doesn't change, but it still just gets better with age. It's quite something. It's quite something. How you guys doing?
Yeah,
I'm
all
doing
good.
well.
All good.
How about yourself, Mike? What are you looking at on the charts? Where is the money? The money according to Modest
Where
Mike.
is the money? Where is the money? To be honest with you, there's not much movement at all in the markets from what I've been looking at. There's a little bit here and there, but it seems to be a bit of a rangy market right now. I'm not seeing anything of great significance. Been keeping an eye on gold. But again, gold really since this morning hasn't really broken out of its morning structure. You've got it on your chart at the moment. So it's it's looking a bit I don't know. I don't want to say the word boring, but it does look a little bit flat, should we say. No real significant divergences or anything that, at least that I can see anyway. I don't know if you guys have seen anything. I've been busy working on some new tools for our future live streams, so I haven't actually looked closely at the markets, but maybe you guys have seen something in the meantime.
I have been waiting actually on different pairs. Maybe I can show my chart.
You can.
Let me put mine, Pedro, with your permission. What I see is, of course, I'm mostly looking at GU and EU. What I see is yesterday we created yet another order block on the daily time frame, and which is on top of the first one, and that's what you want to see when the order flow on that time frame is confirming that as long as we are creating those bullish order blocks on that time frame, we can expect price to continue to go much higher, right? Once you see one, that's a good idea already. Okay, I should be looking for that long. But when you see two, and surely if you see three and nothing else in between, the market is telling us very clearly who is in control. And so I see that we have created that. To me, that gives me a bias and potentially of, let's look at the ATR. So that's 145. That means 290, right? So just based on the ATR already, I would be able to look and target 290, right? Which is around here. Actually, right there, 1684. It's not based on structures, it's based on the ATR, right? This is just a projection. And if I get a signal on the lower time frames, you bet I will leave a portion for this target. And if you can only 290 based on, so wherever I enter, let's say it's a little bit lower, probably will be a little bit lower, that means that it's a target of around 300, over 300 pips. Imagine what that could do to your equity curve if your stop is 10 or 5 pips, or even lower, right? That's a huge opportunity. And even I know it's going to be a low win rate. You're not going to hit this 50% of the time, but you don't have to, right? You hit this 10% of the time, you're already in good profit. So anyways, that's one thing that I'm looking for, that daily bias, that daily possible cycling we have, or the retest of this order block on the daily time frame. If we go to the lower time frames, I'm looking for reasons where price could come back. And we have this is the era where I would want to long EU. I don't see it as yet as something. I mean, if this really tanks very quickly, I would be looking for an entry there. But if it takes its time, ever so slowly, I will probably have to wait for more confirmation to do anything with it. Right now, the order flow is, of course, is bearish. We haven't broken any structures, by the way, for a quasi on the H4, at least not yet. But you can see clearly that since we had this push, this surge in price has been creating bearish structures and reacting to them accordingly in this time frame. So as long as to me, not as long, but to me, this is the direction I want to be trading in, right? Into this area until we start either hitting some demand area, like so below us, or we start creating perhaps something fresh, something new above it, right? If that happens, then I want to be switched back to long. But until then, I want to be short, because that's the dominating, that's the direction the order flow is, right? And you can see it as well in the lower time frames. We create bearish order block and nothing bullish in here, right? Look at that beautiful pin bar right there. I think it deserves a place in Miss Universe pageantry. That beautiful it is. What else? Let's see on the H1. What else? You can clearly see at this. Hi, Alex. How are you doing? If you look at LJ, how are you doing, man?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
You just pulled me in.
I love how Victor just broke the silence by ooh.
Wasn't expecting all of you guys coming in, but thank you for coming by or popping in. I love when we are this many, because it gets funny sometimes. We get some very nice interaction as a group. But I was saying the order flow, right? What we saw in the H4, right? There's nothing bullish in here in the only a few bars we have, but only in that, even in that little number of bars, you can see who is in control. And if you look to the lower time frames on the H1, for example, it tells you the same thing, right? Each time the order block, each time price has a chance to create a bullish order block, it fails at it, right? But it does create, it does react favorable or according to that bearish structure, and it does create the bearish structures. Not only it reacts to them, but creates new one, as well as retesting and doing what it should do when it reacts to an order block, which is retest and then move away from it. So everything is telling us on the hourlies that the bias or the order flow in this case is to the downside. It doesn't tell us how far this will continue, but that's the direction I want to be trading. And as at least for my intraday. So if I look at the opportunity, where this could be looking, this could change. The H4 and overlapping, that's below us. We haven't reached there yet, so I'm gonna be waiting for price either to reach it, as I said, or start creating new bullish structures, which it hasn't yet. It's not doing it yet. And that's me on EU. GU is doesn't have that on the daily time frame. Doesn't have the same. Well, it does have a bullish order block, but it's not there close to it yet compared to EU. So I would need to wait for it to come back. And you have the same order block at the same place, but there's more orders, more structures or bars in between. So I'll wait for that as well. Basically, it's a waiting game for me right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And then there was silence.
I was just gonna say, does anybody ever go and have like a massive meal and then just can't think afterwards? You just like finish it and you just like sit down. You're like, wow, I could do with like a
Just
midday
in a
nap.
food coma.
Like a food coma. I had food and then I saw a couple of cookies, had one cookie, came back, sat down, and I was like, no, I need another cookie. Went and had 2 extra cookies, and now I'm sat down. I don't know what is going on. tough.
Yeah, I don't think yeah, perhaps. I don't know about you. Yeah, I don't have that very often. I don't get those sugar or food comas.
How much do you eat in a day, though? How many meals?
The usual 3 and something in between.
Fair enough. You might is that like that's protein heavy or you're a carb heavy guy?
I when I'm focusing on my running and health, yes, I tend
Did
to.
someone mention cookies?
We did mention cookies, yes, indeed.
I could hear it in the distance. That's a pop
We got
on.
the team in here.
we
This is it.
Stephen was summoned by the word cookie.
I was a cookie monster.
How are you
Say
doing,
it 3
Stephen?
times in front of the mirror. Hey.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Hi, Victor. You're right. Pedro.
Don't know about this.
I
layout.
was
it's
curious
nice.
what it would be with 6 people on the stream as well.
It is.
Hmm.
It's yeah. I actually we can. I was gonna say something about we all have to wait our chances to talk, but that's not the case. So what are you looking at today?
You like raising your hand?
What are you looking at in the market, Stephen? What is it that you think our viewers should pay attention to? Is there a pair? Is there a structure, a pattern? What is it that attracts your attention today?
Are you still shorting GU? Is what I want to know.
No, did you see it run after it took me out this morning? It took me out by about 2 pips and then ran.
Such a sneaky move,
Wasn't it? At least I did get the direction right anyway, with all those
oh yeah, I also got the analysis right on it. Fantastic analysis.
Luckily, I was
taking great pride from that one.
Yeah. I did get in on the EU short at the same time, so I was okay. Now I'm looking to see if they're going to go long on the 5 minute, 302nd chart. So
on EU or GU?
Both. They're down to like a 5 minute support level, but I don't know.
Okay, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a.
I'm not sure if it's one of the days I should just sort of leave it alone and sort of go do something else. I had a good day yesterday.
It feels as though that over the last few months, Alex has managed to. I don't want to say the word corrupt, but I do feel as though he's had some influence over Stephen and his trading. Now suddenly trading the 300 second charts. I mean, this is the man who would hold. This is the man who still has the $1 bootcamp account from 2 Christmases ago.
I've got some news on that. Do I have to put my hand up? Do I have to put my hand up?
You have to put your hand up. Yep.
Say when, Victor. Say when.
You're allowed.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Thank you. The $1 Christmas bootcamp account on phase 3 is no longer, it's almost not in drawdown. It's back up to. It's back up. It's up to.
Can't believe that.
It's $50 short of 15k on the phase 3.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It went into drawdown. So obviously I was just sort of trade copying across to it at lower levels to bring it back up.
How long did it take you to do that, Stephen?
A while.
Well, no, because I'm in the exact same situation. Yeah, I was in a 9.5.
12 weeks, 11 weeks to get out of drawdown back to what it was. Because I paused it at the start of the year and then I started doing a session break thing. So I've been copying the session break trades across to it at a smaller risk, like $70 a trade. So it slowly built itself back up. And that's
what percentage was that? Is that like a 0.5, like a half of 0.5%? Or
it's half percent, 15k, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 1%, 150 is about $70 per trade. I was doing 50, and then as the session break started at 500 per risk, then that went 600 per risk. Now it's 700 per risk. It naturally increases a bit, so it went from about 55 up to 70.
Yeah. So you're telling me I got about 12 weeks worth of.
Yeah, but I didn't have to do anything. It was just trade copying across, so it's okay. Yeah. All I got to do now is get it past phase 3, and then my risk to reward on investment, because I invested $1, would be nuts, wouldn't it?
Awesome.
If I can get a payout on it. Imagine if I get a £1,000 payout on it. I invested $1.
I think you're the only person that has done it.
Yeah, not done it yet, but still got it. Like, yeah.
Awesome. Stephen, so do you typically copy your trades to all your accounts, or is this something only for this account that you're doing it? How do you manage, the accounts you have?
Yeah, that's a good point. I've got 4 accounts that I copy the main 100K account across to, and because they're varying account sizes, I copy across at varying risks per trade. So say on the 100K, I'm risking $700, so 0.7%. On one of the accounts that I copy across to, like the FTMO is a 10K one, I'm risking 1.74% per trade. So the smaller the account, the higher percentage risk is copied across. So the 20K high stakes, I think, is about 1.2% copied across, whereas the 10K FTMO is 1.74% copied across per trade.
I see. And what is the rationale for the higher risk for the lower balances in terms of percentage wise? What is the idea behind it?
Because they're cheaper, I can risk more.
Okay. All right, so
learn that from Alex as well. So the 10K ones, a lot more easy to replace than the 100K ones, aren't they? So you can go harder on them, go hard or go home on them.
I understand. So you adjust the risk not only on the strategy level but on your personal, what it means to you as well. Like if it's very valuable, you lower your risk. I understand. That makes complete sense.
Yeah,
that makes.
I don't want to be buying a new 100K account every couple of weeks, but a 10K account so every couple of weeks, if I needed to, I could. That would be all right. Perfect. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't upset me as much. So yeah, it's just cheaper accounts, a higher risk, but they all naturally go up as well as I increase my risk on the 100K account. So when I increase that to 800 per trade, all of the others would actually scale up a bit as well.
I see. And do you change that percentage during the lifetime of that account? Let's say once it's funded, do you lower it? Because now it's more valuable to you, right? It's more valuable to you. Okay.
Yeah, these are just challenge accounts, aren't they? So yeah,
all right. So
they still have different values depending on how much each account costs and what phase they're in as well, doesn't it? And if it's a $1 Christmas account that I don't want to lose.
Oh, it has special meanings to you. I understand that. That's nice. Awesome, Stephen. One of these days, I would like to dig deeper into how you trade, because I don't know, the intricacies of your trading strategy. But I'm sure you would join us one day, and we will.
That's a dark secret there, Victor. Careful with edges like this. Very dangerous.
I'm sure we can extract some value of Stephen's strategy. And I mean, if you're so stable with if you can hold your accounts for so long, it speaks volume about your patience, about your management, about your risk management. Even though I don't know the details of it, I can already assume that it's you got some stable stuff going on there in order to do that, where your emotions.
Until I met Alex, now it's just anything to the wind.
Do you know what? And which is, you've even said, has been working very well recently.
It has, yeah. To be fair, yeah. I have two styles. I have my slow and steady Asian session break, and then I have my lower time frame 300-second trades at the moment.
I see, but that's something new, right? That wasn't part of your plan or your trading plan all the time. There's something recent.
Yeah, that's right. It's only the last few weeks, so it's on different accounts and stuff.
Yeah, I see. Perfect.
It's not just me as well. Michael actually is worse than me, I think. Michael, you are worse than me.
A worse trader, yes, I know that.
No, worse
I tend to be on 5-minute charts. You go even lower than that.
Admittedly, I can and do and have known to go down to the 60-second chart. That is true.
60-second chart. Sorry, I do apologize.
That is something that I have a tendency to dabble in, but that gives you the absolute killer risk to reward.
It does indeed.
Do you guys go any lower than that? Have you guys tried any lower than that? 60 seconds?
I bought up my 30-second on the futures account the other week, didn't I? A couple of weeks ago.
That's true.
But
yeah.
it was a bit scatty looking, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's hard to keep up with it when it's such a low time frame, because then it's just it really is just noise. I mean, I can get some good trades.
I prefer
on the
the higher time frames. The low ones are a bit too much. You got to be there, haven't you?
I actually sometimes I trade a 15-second, to be honest. It's not something I trade very often. But when everything lines up and I got a signal, and it doesn't matter, my signals come from the minutes within the signal. So after the signal, I tend to then go down another level, like the sub-microscopical level, I would call that. And then go down and actually see patterns there. Yes, quasis and order blocks in the 15 seconds and trade
Just
them.
to refine your entry a bit
Everybody's
more.
dirty little secrets are coming out now.
Yeah. and obviously that's a different trade. It's not the actual signal, because once I get the signal, I need to get in. That's not part of my plan to go to the 15 seconds. But the 50-second entry would be something I take extra. Right, so it's something I add on to the trade because everything is so beautiful, and I'll typically take it at a lower risk, a lower size, because it's the 15 second. There's a lot of noise, and what I want to do there. I have what I do there is I have a very low. I mean, on the 1 minute, my stops can already be sometimes as low as 2 pips. And
Really?
I can shave off a little bit of that on the 15 second, just a little bit. But because it's so small, if you go from 2 pips to 1.7, let's say, that's already something huge, because, in percentage-wise, it's a big difference.
Of the stop loss distance of 2 pips, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If you get it down to 1 pip, you've doubled your risk reward, haven't you? Straight away.
Yeah. Well, 1 pip is a little bit difficult because you get into the noise range, right, where it just goes up and down before actually moving. But imagine imagine the actual signal gets a 4.7 pip stop, and I get something like 2.1 on the 15 seconds, or maybe 1.9. That's a huge difference for just a little bit extra risk.
I need to tighten mine up. I'm using about 10 pips on these 300-second charts. Way too much.
How many people?
And then there was 7.
Oh, wow, another one.
I got Griff.
Wow.
Hey.
I'm gonna have to.
Wow.
I'm gonna do another. What do you call it? Layout. I got
Another
a really
layout.
good one. I got a really good one here for all of us. This is gonna be fantastic.
Hey everyone, I didn't expect so many people. I feel like am I about to be interviewed or something?
We're going to get you on a 60-second chart, that's why. We were talking about
We were getting down into 15
Yeah.
15 seconds and all kinds of stuff.
We
Everyone's
have-
coming off
little
of
secrets
H1.
coming out.
No more H1 for Griff, down to 60
No,
seconds.
1 second time frame or 7 second if I'm like Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
Go on then,
we
guys.
have,
I actually
we have
traded
the
no
brain
problem.
trust. The brain trust is together because we are all here waiting to find out if Griff managed to take a trade this week.
Nuts.
This month. You mean
No,
this-
no trade. I'm sorry.
No. For
Yeah,
Alex's
another week.
last stream with you, and there's no trade. Oh,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to.
Wait,
we're gonna have to
it's your
get
last
Griff to take
stream?
a trade on stream.
on the
Why is it your last
60
stream, Alex?
Oh, Griff. If I told you that, I'd
Griff.
have to.
Griff's not paying attention. He's not been watching the ABL. You know.
That's not good. No, it's my last day, mate. Actually, tomorrow's my last day.
No,
It's
tomorrow, yeah.
fake
It's your
news.
penultimate today.
Yeah, the penultimate. I learned a new word as a goodbye present from Michael. Teaching me new words. Okay, let's try this one.
Ooh.
What were we saying, guys?
Oh.
Yes or no?
Work. That can
It
work.
can work.
Got my arm around Steven's
yeah.
neck.
Okay.
What do we all think about
Hi,
that?
Griff. Handshake.
It's the other side. It's the other side.
Yeah. It's like the opposite of what you're supposed
Oh,
to be
no.
doing.
Oh, I
I'm
see, I
doing
see.
now. I'm pointing at Victor.
I'm pointing at
Oh,
Griff.
you're yeah,
There's-
there
there's
you
The other way
are.
around. Wait, what?
There's
Wow.
Victor.
What a live stream.
Oh, there you go, guys.
Um,
There you go. This is what happens when you bring ABL into the live stream. It all goes a little bit chaotic.
Yeah.
And my GU turns positive as well. And EU.
That's it. I do. What are we thinking
Here we
about?
go.
Euro yen. Anyone? Euro yen. Does anyone want to take it?
Euro, yeah.
Any takers?
For which
I actually had it.
direction?
I actually had it as a trade this morning.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to short it on my session
Wow.
break, but it went long
Nice.
instead.
And that was I was looking at it as a possible trade. It would have come up, but then taken out. So it came down and retested these lows and is now pushing up. Looks like it might be good for longs. I mean, we were talking about it going long early this morning. So
Yeah.
I'd still take that as a possible trade. Actually, I'm not sure if it's ready just yet. I'd like to see it come down and retest this area here again. Down this 50-minute candle, and then maybe look for longs. But yeah, looks decent.
You're
already in, aren't you,
there's on both sides. There's a lot
I'm
of.
gonna get into euro pound actually out of all of them. Just pulling all of them out, euro pound
Alex
is
is going whatever he can get his hands on. Alex is just like, okay, let's just
Wheeler, old school
money
Wheeler.
at the market.
Who are the two guys off Only Fools and Horses? Del
Del
Boy,
Boy and Rodney.
Oh,
Rodney.
Rodney.
I fancy
Who's
myself
who in the
as a
group
Del
here?
Boy.
It's a bit of a Del Boy.
You're Del Boy. Who's Rodney?
It's Rodney. Whoever wants to be Rodney can be Rodney.
Anyone? Have we got any Rodneys in with us today?
You got any Rodneys?
I can be Rodney. Given how tall I am, I can be Rodney.
I have no idea what you're talking about, hey.
Pedro and Victor probably have no idea either. This is very much a
Yes.
British
Yes.
reference.
You're not alone, LJ. You're not alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Only Fools and Horses is quite a British show, to be fair. What would be the
would you be
equivalent? I'm
reading?
gonna have to chat GPT the equivalent
Of Only Fools and Horses.
for Portugal
There
and
is-
Australia.
There is no equivalent. There is no equivalent. Nothing compares. What are you?
What stream did I come into?
What's just talking slightly about trading, and given the fact that you mentioned euro pound, Alex, what are you looking at for euro pound? Because I'm not sure I see anything.
Take out
at least
those,
not on the buy.
just the retracement, so I can so it takes out those highs. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, so in Australia it will be Acropolis now. Have you ever heard that, LJ?
He's
No.
looking black.
Okay, to be fair, that was from 1989 to 1992.
Not to hit.
Or Kath
I
and
have
Kim.
absolutely no idea what you're talking. Oh, I know Kath and Kim. Everyone knows that
Yeah,
here.
he knows
But
Kath and Kim. Okay, and I'm going to do the same for Portugal.
This is a great panel.
I have no
we've got,
reference
guys.
to know if that's actually similar, though. Obviously, so
ChatGPT says it, mate. It is true. It is true.
Yeah, it's never wrong.
Oh god, this is in Portuguese, isn't it? Conta-me como foi.
Quantum como foi?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one, exactly.
There you go. Multicultural.
And Alex, what would it be in my undisclosed location? Ask ChatGPT.
Wouldn't that disclose your undisclosed location?
Exactly.
So the actually, I'm gonna hop off, guys. This is very. I like the chemistry with everyone in here. We should do this more often, for sure.
It's a big party.
It is. It's. I like it. It's my my dosage of social interaction of for this morning.
Same.
All right, so I'm gonna come back in I don't know, about 50 minutes or so. See you guys at home and you guys in this room then.
See you, Victor.
See
See
you.
you, Victor.
Bye bye.
I'm going as well, guys. Have a good stream. Yeah,
We're losing
enjoy
everyone.
this non-activity in the market.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Yeah.
We will find something. If you stare at the chart long enough, you will always find something.
Okay, waiting for the news. Have a good one, guys. I will see you.
See you later, mate.
See you, Pedro.
Cheers, Pedro. Take care, mate. USD CHF.
Yeah, there's already all of them are already gone. The CHA is like this. It's like the trade that we had this morning on Euro CHF. Don't know how much more juice it's actually got in. How much more juice it's got in it, and you've come to a pretty interesting area of resistance. To be honest, Pedro's
CHF.
right, there's actually just not much going on right now.
That's what I was saying when I first joined. I was like, Victor said, "What are you trading, Mike?" And I was like, nothing. There's like really slim pickings at the moment.
Gold trade that I think will play out. Now my screen's just died. There you go. Other than that, I don't. You got the trade from earlier.
Do we start to put hands
Mr.
up?
Vickers? Huh?
Do we still have to put hands up? No, Victor's
Yeah,
gone.
you take the whatever it is. Yeah, go for it.
My short in NQ NASDAQ, sorry, is just
Where's your
and hit TP.
Where's your screen?
Where's my screen?
Where is this screen?
Hang on, let's pull
there
up the
you go.
NAS.
No, that's
Oh,
mine.
NAS. That's mine yet. The
Ah.
NAS. We were saying this morning that NAS might be a long, but it didn't hold at all, did it? Look at that.
You were trying to long NAS? No, check this one out.
Pre-market, I was thinking about it. Let's have a look.
Ta-da! Ta-da!
Oh wow!
Nice.
Look at
Look at the
that.
chart, I'm like, wow, that is clean.
I didn't even realise until I just looked then. That was nice, wasn't it? Nice little surprise.
Very well. It shouldn't have been a surprise for you, Stephen. It should have been like you knew
Oh, yeah,
that was coming.
Educated, yeah.
You knew that was going to happen. It was
You can
the
see all
plan
these-
all along.
Yeah, see, look, we've got this trend line here. It's rejecting off. Boom, 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 boom. Let's come up to these levels here, and then we got this 61 February trace. So I was trying to get in on this one, but I didn't. So I got in on the next one, which was here. Hence the stop loss is above this one, because I was trying to get in on this pullback, but it didn't. So I just got in on that one instead, but stop loss in the same place. So at 2.47.
Very
Now,
nice.
where
trade.
did it come down to? Down to my zone, to the penny. That was good, isn't it?
Is this Top Step's own platform?
Yeah.
Mm.
This is Top Step. It's trading view, but with a bit more limited indicators. It's
Yeah.
just trading view. See?
But you can trade on there, of course.
Yeah, because it's their custom thing, and they got this really cool thing. Look, you can set the maximum risk and profit, and you can even lock yourself out. So if you lose £1,000 in a day, you can get it so it liquidates and locks you out for the rest of the day.
The amount of times I've gone in there and just turned
That's
it
cool.
off after.
Yeah, so it can't trade, and you can.
Not that you ever do that.
Oh, never. We never do stuff like that.
No. You can even just, if you're being naughty, you can just lock yourself out there, and it will stop you for the whole day.
Wow, is that like
It's
what?
like-
That's like a proper.
That's really funny. I
It's
can't
scary.
believe people need that. It's like two different people sharing the account. You know what I mean? There's like the good side of
Yeah.
you and the bad side of you.
If the kids get hold of the account, it'll automatically stop once they've lost £1,000 to your money.
Yeah, thank God.
That's really good.
It's a good feature though. I like it. It's good.
Yeah, of course.
It's interesting because these buzzing around futures at the moment is around 4 million worth of profit payouts that have been going through Apex.
Yeah, the Americans can't trade CFDs, can they? They've got to do futures.
Such a shame
because they banned them. So, and that's going to be a big customer base, isn't it?
Yeah,
and then
big customer base.
You can see I have these on here just to remind me. This is the micro, not the full. So I know 20 points is about $40. So if my stop loss there is 40, then it's just $80 for one micro contract, and then I just set how many contracts I want to trade on it.
So you can't actually get the dollar risk. Like on CFDs, if you want to, let's say,
it's the same as lot sizes. You just it's just calculated a little bit differently. Like I know 20 points is $40 at one contract. You can pretend one contract is one lot, can't you? So it's the same difference. So you do 2 lots would be $80 risk across 20 pips or points.
Yeah,
I get it. So it's kind of the same, but it's different on each asset. Like a tick is a quarter of a point, and there's 4 ticks in a point, and 1 tick is 50 cents. Unless you trade full contracts, in which case 1 tick is $5. But and it's different on each pair or each asset. So if you go on to pound, each tick is 0.0001, and it costs $6.25 per tick. So I know 20 points is about $125 risk. So it's kind of the same. So if I did a 20-point stop and risked one contract, I'd be risking $125.
and there's no spread.
And then it goes quiet. Everyone goes, no idea what he's on about.
Look at us now. When Jonathan's not here, we're promoting other firms.
Oh no.
This is not.
Oh yeah, no, this is with the 5ers.
This is the 5ers X.
So, that's my
That's also not. That's also not.
That's also
Yeah,
not
that's right. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one as well.
Wrong one.
That's my GU trade on C Trade.
Yeah, gotta love a good GU trade.
That's
We're going to need a new GU guru with Alex going. So Stephen's going to be our resident GU guru
on the 30-second chart. No, 300 seconds. Sorry. Looks like it's pulling back though. To be honest, doesn't it? I should probably stop sharing other companies' things now. There you go. That's that USD Swiss someone was asking about. I reckon it's a bit near this level for me now.
Okay, there's 2 people who've got the cleanest charts that I've ever seen. One of them is Griff, and the second one is you, Stephen.
Who's got the cleanest? Is it him down there?
I would have to. Griff, you're gonna have to pull up your chart just so we can just do a quick comparison.
Mine not clean.
I have a feeling it might be yours, Stephen.
No, definitely not yours, LJ.
LJ, yours are worse.
Yeah,
yours are worse.
Yours
are worse than my charts. Like, my charts are bad, but yours are worse.
Oh god.
LJ's is like spaghetti junction mixed in with the bolognese and goodness knows what else.
Okay, we're gonna put Griff's. Very clean.
Oh, that is clean. It's very dark.
Indicators. Yeah, well, I used to trade in light mode for a while, and then I remember I felt really insulted because I heard that only noobs trade in light mode.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is something I heard, and I remember being like, right, I'm changing to dark mode, and I've used dark mode ever since.
I'm not a
and
noob.
The reasoning for using that light mode is for noobs is because you strain your eyes by looking at it all day. And if you're a pro trader, you're probably going to be looking at the charts a lot more often, and light mode is more unsustainable. I think that's the logic anyway.
Yeah. I have some on dark and some on light, depending.
Yeah, I do have a light mode. Prepare for a flashbang. There you go.
Hey.
Oh no, it looks better. It looks better dark. Dark is like, you know, having like a purple party hat in RuneScape. It is, you know, up there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to pull that reference in there for anybody that's.
Anyone that knows what Alex is talking about.
If you know, you know.
No idea.
No. Okay, we're gonna put it onto Stevens, and you guys in the chat say which one is it. I gotta give it to Stevens. Yeah, I personally
winner. Light mode wins.
Oh, I'm a noob.
No.
Ignore those because I only drew the one because someone asked. Let's go to them. I have dark mode. That's in dark mode though. And that's in light mode. That's in dark. That's in light.
Seems you're a little bit confused, Stephen.
Yes, maybe.
I guess it keeps you knowing where you're trading. You don't get mixed up.
And what setups I'm doing. This is 15-minute session breaks in light. This is 300-second crazy trades in dark. And then that's back in lights, isn't it?
I've got an unrelated question, and I've always wondered this, and I wouldn't have asked before. Alex always holding his microphone, and LJ doing the same. What's that about?
No, honestly, it's
that's professional streamers compared to me and you, Griff.
I mean, I've got
this is, you know,
robot arm.
I got mine.
Only traders that hold microphones like this, you know, hold the true power. We hold purple party hats.
There you
we
go.
are
Yeah.
abyssal.
Bloody heavy. It's too heavy to hold this.
No, it honestly is frustrating because I went on holiday, gave Shaul, the CEO of the The5ers, my stand, being nice, and then he just never gave it back. He just wouldn't give it me back, so now I'm holding it with my hand because I couldn't find a stand.
You just need high enough strength level to hold it with your hands. So yeah,
it's constant training.
We're just maxed out. 99 across the board. That's it.
It's like having weighted wristbands just all the time.
Yeah.
So now I know I've got to get rid of this arm.
I accidentally
and
crushed my
mode.
stand thing, so yeah, it's dead.
Oh. This is why Alex is leaving. Yeah, it's because Sal took my stand and I can't hold the mic anymore. That is the reason.
They've offered you a new stand.
Yeah, somebody's offered me a new stand. And, you know, guys, you've got to go with a stanza. You can't just... Well,
this was my trade this week. That's what I traded yesterday.
Question. So, Stephen, it doesn't really matter about the risk to reward. You still, if it breaks one side of the Asian range, you'll just put the stop on the other side, no matter what the risk to reward is.
It's got to have like 2 days running, or just momentum going in that direction, and then when it breaks the Asian session during London, it's a bit like a Griff pattern, isn't it, on the H1?
I was thinking that.
Yeah, I knew you were. I could tell. I could sense it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I have looked at trading
pullback
above and below
breakout
sessions before. It's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of it comes into the
influence.
management as well, so, and then the stop loss below. The structure's really messy on yesterday's one, so it's not the best. So I pulled the stop loss to protect the account, and I came out here at these blue levels because they were previous highs. See. So there was a potential danger point, so I just snapped some profits yesterday. Because everything's trade copied across to the smaller accounts but higher risks. So this one was $550 or something like that, whatever it was. But like the other accounts, for we won't mention the names, they were higher percentages of their account balances copied across. So it was just shy of $1,000 between all of them, I think. But in hindsight, it carried on running. But this is in the New York session, and I don't leave them open for the New York session unless I have to. I want to be out by 1:30 and done for the day.
So, okay. So Jay,
you're gonna
I'm gonna announce this. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a crack. I
Ooh.
honestly believe that ICT gives a fantastic framework for beginner traders to get started in trading. I truly believe that. But there is a running joke in the community that if you bring ICT in here, Jonathan's going to get really upset. So you're lucky we're here, okay? We've saved you because you could have been banned. And we don't...
Who, me? I
Not
don't
you.
trade
No,
ICT.
not you.
No, not you. We're talking
Oh.
about our friend. Our friend here.
I once asked whether I knew you guys trade ICT. Oh.
Yeah. So, and actually, to be fair, the most traders that I've interviewed for trading, trading interviews, are mostly been ICT guys. The only thing is when they pass, money goes to their head and they end up blowing it through not trading the way that they got funded. So overall, I think it's decent. I think it's a pretty decent framework for new traders.
The problem with ICT, and we've said it many, many times before, is it becomes controversial, not because of the framework or anything else, but because of the man behind it. And the fact that he creates this kind of cult behind him. That's all it is.
It's just different names for the same things that have always been there, though, so you can call them whatever you want.
I got a picture of ICT on my phone.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, you can call it a liquidity sweep or whatever you want, a rejection zone, blah, blah, blah.
Can't see it. That's
Blurry.
You know, when I was going around museums, we're talking about Greek mythological gods and stuff, and then I saw ICT and I was like, whoa, what's up, dude? Yeah,
This equity curve is looking clean.
yes,
That's the session break one I was just showing you.
Ooh. It's a naughty equity curve there, Stephen.
Thank you. On the
When was
fibers as
your
well,
first
look.
trade?
On the best site as well, look.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll stop sharing now. I just
Okay,
want to show
guys,
the
you can
equity
find
curve.
Stephen's course and community. And,
Paid Discord group coming soon.
Discord group coming.
Or you can just watch my free YouTube channel.
Mhm. Plug.
No, I'm not saying the name. It could be anything.
It could be anything.
Yeah, it could be really, really.
Like
It won't
really-
be.
trades.
It won't be his
Very
name that he's
ambiguous.
got on the screen right now.
That's my name, Mr. Trades.
I think it's going to be quite a calm session. I don't think anything's going to happen now until New York Open.
No.
Yeah, I've been scanning over
normally done by
absolutely
now.
everything and not saying much. So
Yeah.
I can see potential, but like that could just shift after the
Jolts.
data. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at gold, it's done literally nothing all morning. It's just been sat there.
Yeah, I had a trade open there just in that area, and just because it was not doing anything, and because there's news, I just decided just to close it, break even, just not trade it.
I
Yeah,
know
the
what
dollar
I
looks very
know.
indecisive as well.
I know what will get things moving. I know what will
Gold's
get
not
things
doing
moving.
much.
A geolocator.
What's what? Geolocator?
You don't know geolocator?
No.
Oh my god, Michael! Seriously?
That's not going to get things moving. This is going to get things moving.
Woo!
It definitely woke me up.
Okay, guys,
There you go.
where is this? Gotta guess.
What?
This is the game. This will get things
This is
started. This
Alex's
will move
game.
the
This is what-
markets. We've got to guess.
GeoGuessr,
Okay, this has
right?
got to be. This
What
is.
do you mean geolocator?
You have to
Yes.
guess where it is.
But guys, we've got
In-
1 minute. Okay, we've got 1 minute. And
It
a
looks
half.
like Australia, to be honest.
Does it?
Okay, so it's an English.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. It's
That's
There's no-
Australia.
okay, what
That's
part of Australia though?
Doesn't look like
I
North
have no
Wales.
idea. It could be
I would
Queensland.
guess-
It could be Sydney.
Sydney?
Yeah. There was a guy
Alright,
in a
go-
yellow
go-
vest
go
in the
back
truck.
a
It's
little bit.
definitely Australia.
It's- what was that car? That was the weirdest car.
Okay, let's go and see if we can find any people.
It's definitely Australia. It's definitely Australia.
But
100.
where in
Then we gotta
Australia?
figure out
We
where.
got
I thought it was
Yeah,
about
I
to
mean,
turn
this
to
is
The
Ramsey
benefit
Street.
of
Street,
being
isn't it?
international.
Kind of looks similar.
Okay, should we just do Australia?
But we gotta get
go-
specific.
Oh, mate,
It's
this
on
is
ULJ.
I'm trying to look at the trees if they're more Queensland or more
Yeah, that's Australia.
like New South
Yeah,
Wales.
look, you know what?
It's
looks like
Australia.
England.
Yeah, it's 100% Australia, but just which part? You know, Australia's pretty big.
Like English
Look, I'm
weather.
gonna say it's too green to be Queensland. So
Melbourne?
I'm gonna say maybe Melbourne. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say Melbourne. Somewhere in Victoria.
Yeah.
there we
Oh, actually,
Right
no.
on.
Nice.
We're 15 kilometers away, so that's pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
really
Wow,
good.
we got that was really good.
Banger.
That's one of our best ones we've ever done.
Okay, now this is Birmingham.
Or London.
Olivos. It says in
Yeah.
the sign.
Olivos.
Don't
You
know,
gotta
this-
take us
this-
around,
This, looks
Alex.
this does not look like a place that I want to be. Walking around.
Doesn't look very friendly.
It doesn't
That's
look
for
very
sure.
friendly.
Birmingham would have more bin bags on the side streets at the moment.
That is very true.
I think this is Eastern Europe.
I feel like
No,
Oh,
no,
wait,
no.
Olivos, of course,
America.
it isn't. No. Yeah,
No, no,
I just
that-
thought
That
maybe
is South
Mexico,
America. I
South
reckon.
America. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Because of the graffiti, like you can tell.
what we're saying, Chile.
Hey, turn and look at that sign you went past before. Kind of already gone, but oh well.
Okay, isn't that a God, my brain's gone blank. Doesn't matter.
All right, we're going to run out of time in 50 seconds.
Yeah, guys, we really know this is not Romania. I promise you, this is not
It's
Romania.
not. No, it's definitely not.
not Romania.
Definitely not.
I think it's
Romania.
clearly.
This is
South
definitely
America.
South America, somewhere in South America.
I'm
Yeah,
million
it definitely
percent.
is.
Okay, Argentina.
Argentina.
Buenos Aires.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go on then. Yeah, may as well. I haven't got a clue.
Oh, it was
okay,
Chile. It
not
was
bad.
Santiago.
Okay, we
There
are
you go.
1,000 kilometers away. To be fair,
That's fine. That's
But
the
we
difference
still-
between.
it's much better.
It's just a wide stop loss. It's a safe bet.
It is, yeah. That's like it's like a stop on the 4 hour.
It's a swing trade.
Okay.
This
This
is
looks like
feeling
Spain.
like India, Nepal, in my opinion.
Okay, we got the
Yeah.
opposite. I'm like Spain, and you're like Nepal.
Birmingham.
Okay.
No, that's not
I don't
Spain.
know.
Wow,
No.
there's places like this in Spain. This could be Spain in the winter, mate.
No.
The architecture is wrong, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right for India, Nepal either. To be fair.
No, yeah, definitely not.
What about North Wales, Stephen?
No.
It's too much sun.
That
It's
could
way
be
too much
North Wales,
sunshine.
isn't it? Yeah, the single track lanes.
Kenya?
Countryside.
Really?
Would that be?
Nathaniel
yeah.
says Kenya.
Wait,
Algeria.
Kenya?
All right, there you
Does
go.
he know something that we do not know? Okay, I got 15 minutes. I know we're in this
Could even-
countryside, so
Hang
it's
on.
a little harder.
Look at some of the places again.
It's not
Or,
really.
look at
okay,
the
well,
telephone
It's a bit hard
poles.
to tell.
Hold
It's
on a
just-
second, no, but we got something in English here.
I mean, look at the telephone poles, because I could even be like Tasmania.
No, but we got look free for sale.
weird.
This is no
We've got
way
30
in Kenya.
for sale.
Why not? They can have an English sign saying for sale, can't they?
Go up closer to the telephone poles, Alex.
Maybe it is North Wales.
Okay, quick. What we got? That looks like an English telephone pole right there.
Look at the.
We're not in England, that's for sure.
Are we?
I reckon
we
this
got
is this
10
could
seconds.
actually
10
this
seconds
could
to
actually
go.
be Tasmania. Tasmania
So-
is like quite.
so only the UK has wooden telephone
Tasmania's
poles.
quite flat like that.
Where's Tasmania?
It's,
No?
it's so dry as well.
Where's that? North
Oh.
South Wales?
Time.
That's bottom of Australia.
Okay, that was
It
South
was
Africa.
Okay. Same strip along the
Yeah,
What?
thing.
Eswatini.
Swatini.
I
Wow,
knew it was.
Swatini
I
looks
knew
like
it was
that?
just up the road from Mbabane. Mbabane.
I knew it was just up the road from North Wales.
See, you went far off.
We're
There you
projecting
go.
so high.
Yeah, there you go, guys. That's the end of the game.
Nice.
Let's have a look
Thanks.
if the market is moved.
Geolocated.
The life of a trader, huh?
Yeah.
It didn't do much for my GU and EU.
Yeah. We're pretty
Yeah,
much in
well,
the same
1 hour
place.
time frame looks the same as well.
Yeah. Yeah, gold looks in the same place.
It did
Last
nothing.
week, I called the top on gold. I'm pretty sure everyone was telling me. I remember we all said to guess which way gold was going to go, and everyone said up, and for a variety of reasons. And I was the only one that said it was going to go down.
Was that in the stream?
It was.
Okay. Was I?
But you didn't
what did
trade
I
it.
say?
I think everyone said long.
This could have been a long on a 1 minute. Easy.
Because
what?
Mike was
Easy
taking a
one,
short,
isn't it?
right?
Oh,
On the
60
what,
seconds.
Alex? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a beautiful short on gold last week. Oh,
Yeah. It just tagged you out though, right? Just barely.
yeah, but then I had another one that
You got like a 200
I
hour
opened
trade or
and I
something.
cl-
to have,
yeah.
didn't you?
Yeah, and then I closed it. And so it would have been like a ridiculous 200R. I closed it way too early.
That's
So,
Michael put the analysis in the group. Basically, I'm not going to say we laughed, but we said, no chance. I looked at the chart again.
Jonatan said, "Good luck with that."
And
That
I
was his
said,
exact words.
I hope there's going to be, peace with Ukraine and Russia in the next hour. And, lo and behold, we come back the day after and it hit his target. So, fair enough, mate. Fair enough.
Mike and I both have the same
He's locked in right now.
trade there with that one. I also took it early though, sadly.
Wait, are we looking at Victor's chart? Yes, we are.
Yep. There's my chart.
This is your chart.
So
It's like we
pretty-
can keep going through the same stuff we've been saying like all day, but there really isn't much happening.
there isn't at all really.
Let's have a look at sugar. See what sugar's doing.
Sugar.
Or orange juice, something that,
Sugar.
Sugar.
Which one do we want?
Yes. We can go for a CFD because futures give it like delayed data.
Sugar's down. Look at that.
Wow, guys, sugar is down.
Go buy some sweets, boys.
Oh,
Sugar is
Looks
down.
like-
Looking like it's going further down.
we better
would
go
have
to
thought
the
it went up
supermarket
around
and start
Easter.
buying bags of the stuff.
Buy up your bags of sugar.
Actually,
I don't think I can trade sugar. Can you?
we're in a sugar weekly demand.
Look, coffee.
Wow.
I'm not surprised why the coffees around
Coffee's
here cost so much
ridiculous.
money.
Yeah.
Coffee is just
What's done that then?
absurd.
Is it the Instagram girlies?
I wouldn't be surprised.
No,
Pushed the price of coffee.
it's
Check what the matcha futures are doing.
I was gonna say matcha. Yeah, Alex. Yeah.
That's the next big thing, guys.
I don't
There
think
is
it's
one.
matcha's future.
Bloody matcha
No,
everything now. Like, oh,
Do you know the problem with coffee is the harvest for this year is basically expected to be terrible because of the weather they had in Brazil last year.
Mm.
So that's why
PC.
end of last year, if you see here, we just suddenly beginning of this year, we just because everyone's just expecting the yield to be really, really poor this year.
Coffee's
So
been
that's
running
why
up,
I
isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe we should trade coffee.
Orange juice.
orange juice. Yeah.
This
look
used
at
to be a
sesame
this used
seed.
to be a favorite of Scruff once upon a time.
Orange juice is
Yeah,
down.
everyone's
Orange
gone
juice.
hammered. Yeah.
But look at that trend though. Look at that trend before it got hammered.
Yeah.
What a
yeah.
beautiful trend since.
Orange juice.
Since the end of
Yeah.
last year, it's just gone through the floor.
I did say orange juice these days just not the same. Not the same. You can taste it.
Oil is down today. Oil's making a bit of a bearish move at the moment.
Yeah. Don't like the taste of oil either. Not very nice.
I don't know why oil is anything going on in the news. Let's see. Oh, it's earnings season, isn't it? So we've got earnings coming out. So we've got Pfizer, PayPal, General Motors.
I still playing with the idea to jump into to stock.
Yeah, but they're all the US times, so that's annoying for me. I want to trade the UK markets.
Trade forex in the forex in the morning.
Because I keep
Stock
opening the trade pool account and then I do nothing with it because it's like 2:30 in the afternoon. I can't be bothered by then.
Trade the Pool have actually got a really good account at the moment. Their new Flexi account, where it's like unlimited time.
Yeah.
It's quite a good one.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have a look at that myself soon.
It's just a bit late in the day for me. That's the only problem. We could trade the UK stocks on the 8 o'clock open of Trade Pool. I don't know if you can you? I don't know. No, it's all US stocks.
No, I don't think they got. Yeah, I think it's only US stocks.
It's US stocks, yeah.
Yeah, US.
Well, there you go. Have a word with him before you go tomorrow. Time to put UK stocks on, and then we can start
Mickey,
trading. Yeah.
I don't hear too many people trading UK stocks.
No.
I don't want anything to do with UK stocks.
It's like everybody's in the UK.
Well, the US just needs to open 5 hours earlier, then, doesn't it?
I think so. You should speak to Trump.
So we can
Before I leave, I'll speak to Trump. No.
Yeah, 2:30 in the afternoon is way too late for me.
Yeah, but like the big T. Yeah. To be fair, though, I do hear rumors that everything is going to be tokenized. Tokenized.
CAD JPY for buys at the moment.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna head off anyway because I can see the wife's just come home before I get hit by a rolling pin.
Oh my god, guys. That's it. I've not been trading.
She's sticking her head through the door now. Do you want to stick your head on stream, say hello to a few hundred people? She's down there. She's there.
Yeah, can't see her.
Come on, women. There's only a few hundred. No, she's
no.
Right.
Okay.
Catch you later, guys.
See you later, mate.
See you, Stephen. Nice
Bye-bye.
talking to
Cheers,
you.
mate. Take
See you
care.
guys.
Quick
See ya.
delete the history.
Bye.
See you, mate.
Just the three of us. Oh, four of us.
4 of us.
We're getting
Oh, I'm
bigger.
muted. Damn it.
Orange juice is like the tulip. I don't think we can. Well, there was the tulip
because
boom where it was
Tulip mania.
like a full-on. You could buy a house with one bulb
yeah.
of tulip bulb.
Yeah, like Henry was saying, ASX stocks wouldn't be too bad actually. There's a good bit of stuff in there. Because then you get the commodities aspect and all the gold players and stuff as well, which are pretty hot at the minute. So.
LJ, what's it like trading with, I assume you're living in Australia, like the sessions over there must be quite tricky because I guess New York session is really like in the night for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's
So
that
basically
like?
the trick is you just don't sleep ever. And then I just run on a battery, you know,
Yeah.
just plugged in. Yeah.
It's like a
see.
Duracell bunny.
Yeah, no, my times fluctuate all the time because often like I'm always up for European session in the US. Then I'll go to bed quite late, sort of typically, I don't know, somewhere between 4 and 8 a.m. often.
Really?
Yeah, and then I'm sort of up, I don't know, somewhere depending on the day, like 11 till 2, something like that. In the afternoon. The main difficult part is like if you got to do normal stuff during the day, like regular person stuff, right? I got to reshuffle my whole sleeping pattern. And the same with like other people and that sort of thing. Like I'm just in a different realm whilst everyone exists in real life. So yeah,
that's super difficult. We should trade places.
You're in our realm.
My best trading session is the Asian session. So
oh really?
I'm in the UK, yeah. So I have to wake up in the night, but because I trade the hourly, I can just set an alarm for like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. and go back to sleep. But yeah, maybe I'll trade your strategy in the day, and you can trade my strategy in the night, and then we can have a normal cycle.
Yeah.
Or I've got another idea. We all go to Dubai, and we live in Dubai.
Dubai is in kind of a crossover period. Hey, it is like
yeah,
that's
good. True.
They have the entire world covered. Good point. It's a good point.
But yeah, I used to trade the Asian session a lot more. Less so these days, just because it's not so active. Particularly since the whole yen thing happened, and the yen's just like tanked, right? The general sort of trading through that, like I'm obviously trading a little bit shorter time frame normally, so yeah, not as many opportunities I find. So there are definitely some good ones. Like you get US sort of rolls back, and then the Asian session sort of does the opposite and takes it right back up again. But yeah, I gave up because half the day I sit there and there's just nothing going on. So
yeah, that must be really difficult, especially on like minimal sleep. There's not a lot of motivation to keep you doing that if there's no trades.
Yeah, exactly. And then if there's nothing, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, there's been no trades, so I want to stay up longer. And then you stay up into later sessions, and then it totally warps your sleep cycle. So yeah.
Sounds like being a trader is actually really unhealthy. It's like the stress the cortisol levels, and the fact that nobody's sleeping, drinking like 30 coffees, it's quite a healthy diet, to be honest.
Yeah, that's sort of what I do as well, Henry. Sorry. But yeah, I always like struggle to get the rest of my stuff done during the day, so I'm always up like late into the evening, into the AM. So yeah.
Are you full-time trading? Because obviously that probably would be really difficult to manage if you had a job.
Yeah, I'm full-time trading, so I don't have other work. Fortunately, not like a traditional 9 to 5 anyway, put it that way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't work otherwise. You'd have to be like 5 to 9 instead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely makes it more difficult for sure if you've got the 9 to 5 type thing, but it's still doable. Like it still does work pretty well.
It's quite nice because I think a lot of the guys in ABL, majority are actually full-time traders, which is something that is quite nice, especially because everybody's in there and everybody's quite active. It's quite difficult staying active if you're like going to work and then you're coming home, and most of the time you're absolutely zonked once you finished work. It's quite difficult to trade, I feel, if day trade when you've got a full-time job.
Yeah, definitely. Euro's still bullish. I am overall bullish euro dollar. However, at the moment where we're sitting is we're in this kind of like indecisive period, kind of like a neutral zone. So, but I do have a lean higher still. So I imagine the US data will tip it one way or the other. However.
So I measure my progress based on how many grey hairs that I get, and I'm on 2. What about ginger hairs? Because I found a ginger hair in my beard the other day.
What? Did you just start losing hair altogether? What about that one?
Yeah.
Like, that's when you really...
That's when you knew you're really becoming close to profitability.
How on earth would you... How do what? How did you manage to get a ginger beard hair?
Do you know what? I told you I've been on the street, looked in the mirror, and I was just like, it was shining, and I was like, wow, is that gold?
Gold hair.
And then I was just like,
you've been trading gold too much.
yeah, been
It
looking at gold
sounds
too much.
more like puberty's screwing up with you, mate.
Wow, I didn't think it would kick in at 28, but
Oh dear.
I've had more fun trading, looking at paint dry than this market at the moment. Who have you been seeing, Alex? Oh God, did I read that out loud? Sometimes I don't think, and I'm just reading, and then I'm like, oh gosh. Thanks for that, Henry. Okay, I think we need another game. Shall I think of
Still
another
bullish
game?
gold. I'm very mixed on gold, actually.
Literally all the pairs just moving sideways.
Yeah, we're in very consolidation neutral kind of thing. Yeah.
Maya, it's not often that Alex is speechless, so I'm going to take that as a win.
There was a trade last week which I was contemplating, and at the moment it's running at about 10% profit.
No,
Maybe I should have
what is
taken
this?
Whooshed.
If you dare say coffee.
No, it was an EU short actually. But yeah, the reason I mention it is because I've not taken a trade in like a month and a half now. And this one I was like, it's borderline, and because of that I decided to pass up on it. I thought I'd mention it.
On a serious note, Griff, do you feel like you are a little bit of a perfectionist?
Ooh. I mean, maybe more so recently because of the state of the markets, because I know you can't find perfection in the markets. Like, perfection doesn't exist in the markets. You can get pretty close, but like if you want a perfect trade, they're going to be really rare. And I was trading in a way where I would take trades which like 8 out of 10, so they're not perfect. There's a couple things wrong with them. But based on the losing streak I had towards the end of last year, I was like, right, going into next year, only going to take like 9 out of 10 or higher. So still a tolerance for like one thing wrong with it, basically, is how I kind of grade that. So at the moment, the way I'm trading is, it has to be nearly perfect. And that is just as a side effect of the market being so unfavorable for me right now. So yeah, I'm trying to leverage that in a good way, Yeah, I can see he's on the phone.
Yeah, I think that's another good point, that like, because people talk about RR all the time, that comes up constantly, but always forget about the actual probability, of the trade actually being successful. It doesn't matter if you've got 5 to 1, but your probability of the trade actually playing out is terrible. Then it completely changes the profile of it, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a balancing act, because my win rate, I think generally my win rate's around 40%, but my risk reward is really good. It's like 4 or 5. But in 2024, my win rate was literally like 25-30%, so much worse than usual. And the strategy's not changed. I've got like nearly 10 years of backtesting data, so that's still all good. It's literally just the market conditions. So yeah, I've just opted for being more cautious, which maybe makes me look like I'm being a bit of a perfectionist. But yeah, I think in the short term, it's something I've got to do just to kind of protect my capital a little bit. And when I see trades start playing out a little bit more, and we kind of come out of these market conditions, I'll be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, yeah, you've got all that back data to look at. Whereas, yeah, I think that's one of the things that like newer people just getting into it, like they don't have that, and they place a couple trades over a month and then take that probability as, expecting that probability on each trade, but that's not necessarily reflective. So I think, yeah, that's one thing people forget to look at, is on a trade by trade basis, whilst you're trying to build up that back catalog of history, People are not really assessing each individual trade as its own singular component of probability. So,
yeah, you've really got to zoom out a lot, I think, because Mike and Alex have heard it all before, but yeah, like I've looked back on my data because 2024 was such a slow year, and I still ended up like 12% profit for the year. It's just normally it's like close to 40, 50, 60, 70, 80.
Yeah.
2015 and 2018 are similar years where it's like break even or like a tiny profit, and it feels like you're, because in the year it's a 20-30% win rate. It feels like you're just losing all the time, but you're still net positive on a yearly basis. But obviously in backtesting, like I can backtest a year in like maybe 2 or 3 hours, but an actual year of consistent losing is pretty difficult. So that's the position I'm in right now. But thankfully, like you say, I don't have to doubt myself so much because I can literally just tune into my backtesting data and be like, yeah, this is normal. This has happened all before. Yeah, but you're right. A lot of people don't have that. And that's when they change strategy or maybe go into a completely different business. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's one of those hard things because like it could just be that you just got to stick with it and then you come out the other side. So yeah,
I'm just sticking with it right now. But yeah, it doesn't make for great trading, unfortunately, because I'm just like no trades for a month. But I'm protecting myself. I mean, I added up all of the trades I could have taken, which were like valid, like 6 out of 10 trades, 7 out of 10 trades. And if I would have taken them all in April, I would be like -8% for that month. But by being like a bit more strict, more cautious, only taking near perfect trades, I'm at 0%, which is much better. That's a lot of profit. I don't have to try and that's nothing. A lot of losses I don't have to try and recover.
Yeah, exactly. Like not taking a loss is also, as good as a gain practically, right? Like know, same thing. Stocks and stuff. People do that all the time. Just go to cash and like, in the market, but you're not getting killed, right? So, yeah. Similar principle. Yeah.
I feel like people always feel like they need to be taking these trading opportunities because otherwise they aren't going to be making money. But then you need to be, I think it's more important to be selective because otherwise you're just going to be throwing profit away. Like they value wins more than saving themselves from losses. And they're effectively the same thing.
Yeah, you got to focus on the net result all the time, obviously. Yeah. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What's your trading strategy like, LJ? Do you trade Forex or is it stocks?
So currencies mostly. I've been trading, a long time now as well, like 10 plus years. So, I've sort of scoured the,
all of
horizon of everything. Started off trading a lot of, at first started learning about like options, that kind of stuff, futures, and then stocks and all that, and then got into trading currencies, commodities, just because I opened up a broker and like that had the best offerings, lowest commission, all that kind of stuff, and then that sort of took off there, and then stuck with that. Periodically, I dip around to like stocks and bonds and that sort of thing as well, depending on what's going on macro wise and all that kind of thing. But it's not something I trade like regularly. That would be every couple months or something like that.
Yeah, I see.
Almost in the same way how you'll wait to take a trade on those sorts of things. But day to day, it's sort of intraday stuff, a mix of swing, might be 2 or 3 days, intraday like 10 hours plus, and then some shorter, 10 to 30 minute type trades as well. So
interesting, a big variety. Do you trade one strategy across all the time frames?
So multiple, hence the sort of darting around a bit. And I've got like 6 or 7 accounts running with all sorts of different bits and pieces on them. So and then no specific strategy. I've sort of like built up a bank of various things that I find that work over the past number of years, and then just when I see something sort of lining up, then I'll enter based on that. So
that's cool. That's interesting because I know what you mean by having like a bank of kind of price action, is more likely to go in a certain direction, because quite often I can see when the market is going to do this or do that, but an entry hasn't formed for me to get involved, which is always a little bit annoying. So that's interesting to hear that you're a bit more flexible with your entries, because I guess you're focusing more on just the price action that you're familiar with rather than a specific setup.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the other part, obviously, over time, all that stuff shifts a little bit, like different market regimes with the, whether, it's more geopolitical heavy, like right now, or you got like the Fed is all that anyone cares about, or after COVID, it was, inflation, all that kind of stuff. So, different bits and pieces work better through each cycle, I guess, as well. So,
yeah. Well, that's cool.
A lot of the intraday stuff is a lot of like mean reversion and sort of just overextension of like, standard deviation, other people call it, ATR, that kind of thing.
Easiest trades.
And so
and
just
Forex.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound easy.
Yeah, fair enough. But those are kind of like those overextensions. Some of the nicest, fastest trades.
Yeah,
you was looking at reaction. Somebody was looking at a sell on EU. Who was it? A while ago. Who was selling EU?
So I'm in right now on euro pound.
Just basically this sell on EU is what I saw. It was a paper trade. I haven't actually traded it, but I was expecting it to come and retest this wick here. And just look how close it came to it before selling off. That's just infuriating. Thank God I'm not actually in that trade. Whoever was selling EU, very, very nice catch. I don't know who it was, but see it coming down to here. It looks like a nice opportunity. Oh, Raphael, my friend. Did Alex tell you to close it? Is that what it was? Alex told you, didn't he?
I did not. Definitely did not say close.
Oh dear.
It's actually gone further than. Oh no, it still hasn't hit the target actually.
Yeah, USD JPY we were looking at earlier. Looks really, really nice for longs.
Yeah, so I got taken in, tapped in through this euro pound. Where is it? So this trade right here.
Guys, I've got to shoot off.
No worries, Griff.
Griff, this is the last time I'm going to see you.
I know. We'll have to. I'll stay. I'll try and maybe we can try and do another call or something. I'll stay in touch with you.
Yeah, you got me on Twitter.
Yeah, I do. Cool.
There you go.
And nice meeting you as well, LJ.
Yeah, you too.
All right, guys.
LJ is the new ABL.
He is
with Mike, so he's going to be here.
I'll be around. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'll see you guys next week. Not you, Alex. See you.
Good to see you.
Cheers, Griff.
See you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to miss that lad.
We're all going to miss you, mate.
Oh,
what
thanks,
are we going to do without you?
Thanks, mate. It's all right. When you see GU going up, you better know I'm in a trade. Maybe short.
When you see GU moving, expect up in the opposite.
You know, it's going one way or the other. You know, I'm having either a really good day or I'm having a really bad day. Okay.
Oh dear. Oh, that is so funny. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, we got some guests. I think we're getting swapped out.
We are getting swapped out because it is time to bring a close to the ABL takeover. So,
Guys, I know it's been
that
super
is-
exciting.
that
Bit
is
of a
the
sleeping market today,
penultimate streaming ABL on the 5ers stream
Yes.
with
Guys,
Alex.
if you don't know what penultimate means, it means the day before,
The second to last.
second to last.
Almost, Alex. Almost. But yeah, it is the penultimate, guys. We'll be back again tomorrow. We hope you'll join us for that. You've got Deanna and Victor joining you just in a second. But that is that is it for us from the AlphaBeta Lab takeover, and we will see you next time. Take care.
See ya.
Hello, we're back. How is everyone? After ABL, everyone is getting a little bit sad about Alex leaving. Nobody wants that. Deanna, how are you doing today, Deanna? I'm happy to see you. I want to say that outright. I'm happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you, Victor, as well. I'm doing well. How are you? Good morning, Vinicius.
I'm doing well as well. And people in the audience, let us know how you are doing. We're interested in your well-being as a trader, of course, as a person as well, right? We're being nice here because we are nice. All right, so how we have Vinicius indeed saying hi, Mia, and William. William is a regular in our Discord workshop. We have a nice group of set of people, members in our Discord community who we come together almost every day. At least I have 3 sessions each week, and there's always a group of regulars that I get happy, I get glad when I see them. It's like seeing a friend, right? You brighten up when you see, hey, this person, and you remember all those good moments, good interactions you have with them. Yes, and if you're wondering how you can get into that Discord community, it is through buying an account with the 5ers. And in your hub area, in your hub environment, you will find on the left or lower corner a link for the Discord, and that's your door to that great community of ours. Deanna, what are you looking at today? What pair, what opportunity are you looking for to wait for the open before you start looking for a trade, or what is on your mind today?
I'm looking at gold today. I'm interested in trading gold. I was looking at it yesterday and was trading it yesterday as well, and kind of was thinking from a short perspective, depending on what happened. And it turns out yesterday, things went when the market opened at the beginning of the week. So for me, that's Sunday evening. When the market opened, short worked pretty well. And then it turns out yesterday we kind of got a move higher and then last night, again for me, so after the Asian Open last night, we started to see a little bit more push to the downside. So I'm looking at maybe, depending on how gold opens, but I'm leaning to the short side today and wanting to see if the indices are going to cooperate as well. So yesterday we did get a little bit of a push above, and price just came back down. And then we saw last night price trying to move higher in the indices in the NASDAQ and ES, or the S&P and NASDAQ. And it just hasn't been able to decisively get over you know, some daily levels. So mainly I'm favoring gold today. That's what I'll be trading, and that's what I'm looking at. How about you?
Yes, before we switch to what I'm looking at, did I understand correctly that that the S&P or the equities in general is not showing a lot of momentum? They're slowing down, perhaps. Is that, and do you expect it to actually reverse back to bearish mode, or do you think it's just a pause?
The indices? Do I expect the indices? You know, there's been a lot of bullish momentum to the upside, but it has somewhat paused a bit. And price is, you know, there's some levels overhead. If you want to switch to my chart, it might be a little bit easier to.
We are at.
Oh, are you on my chart? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
I'm on a different page so I can see. So let's just take a look at the daily. So this is the daily starting out, and you can see I have gold on the left there, and then the indices on the right. So I have the S&P up on top, and then the NASDAQ over here on the bottom right. So here's what we saw. Yes, let's just review kind of what's been going on. So we have this big push higher in gold. And then we've had a bit of a consolidation. So we had an inside bar, and then, you know, an outside bar, and then an inside bar. And then, you know, so far gold is moving lower, but still within yesterday's range. And so we've kind of formed this little consolidation area. Now, price could push higher and, you know, zoom back to all-time highs, or we might see a bit of a push lower in gold. So I'm really trying to just follow the momentum, and I base most of that around what I see at the open and what I see the open for gold, but also the open for the Asian session. So right now we are inside yesterday's range. But you can see here I have marked out, this was the open, the weekly open. We're below that. This is the open from last night's open. So again, the Asian open. And this was Monday's opening range in the morning. So prices moved pretty strongly lower, but we're still inside this range created from yesterday. And we kind of talked about yesterday looking at the indices that most of the time, or often I should say, you see the indices kind of doing an inverse move compared to gold. So on the indices, let's look at the S&P to start with. We've had this huge push higher. Obviously, you know what's happened recently. We've had a big move lower. Price kind of found some level of support, pushed a little bit higher, put in a higher low, and then pushed higher. But right around this area so far has not been particularly strong. So if you look back at some of these candles here, I mean, that's a huge candle. That's a huge candle, huge gap up. And so it's just taking a little bit of a rest. And the question is, are we going to be able, is price going to be able to kind of push higher, you know, to these significant levels that are overhead? Or are we going to see it rest for a bit and then continue lower, something like that? So there is, you know, it will be helpful once we get at sort of a definitive response from the indices if they're going to push with strength. But even like, for example, yesterday's range, price is still inside yesterday's range. And I remember we talked about that yesterday, that at the time we were looking at price action, it was inside the day prior's range. When it did finally pop above, it pretty quickly came back lower. That happened both on the NASDAQ and the S&P. So price pushed above the prior day's high and then came back inside the range. And when that happened, that's when we saw the push higher in gold. So now, excuse me, gold is moving lower. S&P and NASDAQ, you know, we haven't had the New York Open yet. So it's not a huge surprise to see that they're still inside the range. But I think last night, yeah, the NASDAQ did pop up just a teeny tad higher and then dropped right back inside. So just barely came higher and moved back inside the prior day's range. So if we're going to start to see gold continue to the downside, I'm going to be looking at the open and how price responds to that level. Like I said, we're below the weekly open. We're below the daily open. So the open of the Asian session, for me, it was last night, whenever that is for you. And so that's what I'm looking at. I want to respond to price. So I'm not predicting where price is. To me, it makes a lot of sense looking at the chart technically that we could see price push a little bit lower, but we could get kind of this flag action where we see, you know, a strong, super strong push higher. Then price kind of does this sideways consolidation, kind of a flag pattern, and then a push higher as well. So just, you know, keeping that in mind and reacting and responding to price as I see it right now. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Do you favor any direction?
You know, without the open happening, I am pretty tentative about favoring a direction. But if I had to pick, where, you know, I said this yesterday though too, and then pivoted because that's not what was happening. So I was looking potentially for price to go lower yesterday, and that's not what happened. So then I pivoted, you know, to a long, leaning long. I would say today I'm leaning lower, and the reason is, again, because the weekly open price is, you know, pretty well below that. And then the open from last night, price is below that. That is a super, super simple way of looking at trend. And, you know, it's a short-term trend because I am holding these positions typically just, you know, intraday. And so that is a really convenient and easy way to read direction on kind of a shorter term basis.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It is it's a very simplified representation of moving averages, because what are moving averages? They are taking the last couple of closes, depending on the calculation of the moving average, and it calculates the average. And when we are using the previous day or the previous week open or close, it's just doing the same, but just looking at one data point instead of the last 3, 5, 10, 20. It's just looking at, it's a moving average of one, basically. So it's sort of kind of the same exercise, just without using any averages.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead.
Sorry, if I can just interject one more thing. So the reason that is really helpful too is because you can very easily and very quickly change. I don't want to say the word bias, but like you're leaning. So yesterday, again, based on the higher time frame, I was maybe looking for something to move, to move short. And what happened was, when price opened, this was the opening range plus the gap from, for the week. So price had moved strongly lower. And so I was looking for continuation when we talked yesterday. And just using the opening range, you can see it never continued. It was a little bit tricky yesterday morning as we were on the stream, because price essentially went higher, went lower. It kind of toyed with us a little bit around this opening range. So that's a little, I would say, somewhat unusual. Like, a lot of times you can get a little bit cleaner price action around the open, but that's what we got yesterday. So that's where, risking appropriately, risking small to start with, and then building in. If you do that, I flip-flopped multiple times yesterday for good reason. It was a flip-flop, but it was within the plan of what I'm trying to do. And once, price started moving higher, I started trading to the upside. So that's a really helpful way. Like you said, I like that. What did you say? A sample of one, basically, using it as a directional tool that can really be helpful.
Yes, I think, and when the logic behind it, of course, you have the most simple, and it's so simple, it's almost is silly. Something cannot go south if it doesn't break those levels, right? There's no other way, right? You can't jump price. I mean, you have gaps, but I mean, there's no other way price can move in that direction without breaking lower levels. But the other thing is that these levels also are seen and watched, and decisions are being made. It's basically the red line for a lot of people to indicate whether the market is strong or the market is weak for any period. It could be an hour, it can be a day. The same thing as you have an opening range, right? It becomes an area or an area of reference. If we are above that opening range, means that we are strong, right? And below, conversely, weak. So those opening of previous candle, like opening of the week, opening and close of previous week, or the opening candles, or even the month, it tells something about the strength of that asset for that period. And because it's being seen as such by other traders, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It's something, right? The EMAs, of course, they are, for example, on EMAs, of course, they indicate something of the past, meaning strength or momentum or whatever you use them for. But it also becomes there's an element of self-fulfilling prophecy in it, because not only it is a representation of price action, recent history, we actually have people who in the future will be making trading decisions based, or even algos that's going to be making trading decisions based on the position of that EMA. And so it becomes even stronger, and that's why that's the same idea that happens with these levels, these open, these close, because other people are watching it, and they will be buying or selling or closing their positions based on what price does in relation to these areas or lines or price levels.
And if you look at yesterday, for example, it did a really great job. Again, my lean going into the day was to the short side. And you can see price clearly told me definitively at a certain point, not initially, but told me that's not the case today, right? But as long as you were taking signals, whatever your signal is that you use to be long, that was a great place to be yesterday, all the way up until it wasn't. But that simple way of looking at the market, this is, it doesn't look like much maybe, but let's say you got somewhere in this candle here. Let me turn this off. I mean, that's a 46-point move. That's a lot in gold. If you were trading one micro, let's say you were trading one micro and maybe, you were a little slow to get in and, maybe got out a little late. Okay. So that's, let's say 33 points. That's $330 on a micro. That's a great, that's a great move. So
sure.
It's 8:20 right now. Let's go ahead and mark out the opening range here. So here is yesterday's range. I'm just going to go ahead and clone it. Whoops. And we can just use that same, I'm not sure why that's not working. We can use that same idea here and look at the opening range for right now. So 8:20 Eastern time is going to be the opening range. So that's the candle that we're on right at this moment. All right. So here we have our open. So far, price is moving lower. So now, as long as price stays below this opening range, not only are we below, what are we? Tuesday? 429.
Yes.
Okay. So, as long as we stay below here, below this opening range, I'll be short. And, just follow price down. I have a small position on, but as long as we stay below here, I'm going to be leaning to the short side. And as price develops throughout the day, we'll see what we get. But that's a good way to do it if you're struggling with figuring out how to think about what direction you want to be leaning toward. Looks like the indices are also moving lower, so could be an interesting day.
For sure, we can do that exercise live with our viewers in assessing the direction and the strength of the market and the intention, because that's what you want to be seeing. What is the market signaling us in terms of direction? Where does it want to go in relation to that opening range? Perfect. And that's gold. That's the open of gold. We have also some movement in EU. EU has been moving slowly but surely lower since the beginning of, I think, the Asian session. Let's see when it was. Actually, it was earlier than the Asian session, a couple of hours before that Asian session, but it has been going slowly down. But we don't have any structures in terms of order block or quasi entry order blocks to the left. That's on EU.
Sorry to interrupt, Victor. You still have my chart up if you want to switch over to yours so we can.
Perfect. Let's do that. It was so what I'm referring to is that since that before the end of yesterday's trading session, we topped out and we haven't created there was a little pop here for 3 hours that it took, but in general the order flow is predominantly bearish and actually very clearly bearish, and it's not a surprise. I mean, what do we get after an impulsive move like that? Typically you have a retrace, and it's perfectly normal. It retraces a big chunk of that impulsive move before it decides whether it wants to continue or not. So we haven't seen anything much bullishness coming to the market since that moment, since that top at 1422 roughly, or if you call the top 24. But right now with the open, when gold opened as well, you can see EU responding differently, right? Something changed in EU's price action, right? This is not the kind of price action we had before, right? We were quite clearly we were not as we were breaking structure, making lower lows and lower highs all the time in many time frames, all the way to the hourlies, and we see now this clear impulsive move on EU. So it's going to be interesting. What does EU needs to break in order for it to change direction or change stance? In terms of market structure, where is the line in the sand? To me, is all the way here on the H4, right? So long it doesn't break this, to me it's a buy, right? We have come back into, as you can see to the left, we have come back into a previous consolidation area, meaning that is a demand zone where price made this push higher, and we're coming back into that same demand zone. And as long as we don't take out this structural low, I would say we're getting ready for another push higher, right? And actually yesterday's push already was sort of a preamble of what might be to come. It could be a fake move which gets reversed the following day or the rest of the week. But if this is any guide to us, then probably we're going to be looking for higher prices. The problem is, where do you get in? I don't have an area to get in. yet. The only area I have is right above that swing low that I just mentioned, right? So this is the swing low that I refer to, and I'm talking about that H4 order block right there. Only there, actually, right now I have anything. So to me, that's the area to be buying. And if we want to assess where we go long without using that structure, because it doesn't always come back without using that structure, I would say, at least on the H4, there isn't actually anything. We only have a order block right there that price has so far been reacted very nicely from it. So there's nothing telling us that it's changing direction at all. If anything, it's confirming its bearish momentum. But if we, of course, the area to be broken is this order block. For it to change direction on the H2, we don't have anything, and on the H1, we do have an order block that was very nicely reacted upon recently, and that's with that wick, right? That creation of that order block, it comes back and it moves away. Actually, the same movement was already a retest of that order block to the left. So there isn't anything telling us that it's getting ready for that, assumed or proposed suggested move to the upside. As of yet, what we are seeing is the opposite, and maybe we'll see what it does with this possible. We have 31 minutes still left on this possible order block being created. We'll have to see. It's going to be in our session today, so we can revisit that idea later. But I don't see anything for the structural break. It would need to be this, of course, to indicate on this time frame, the 1 hour, that it's getting ready to go higher. But it's not showing. It's too little. I'm not gonna say too soon, but it's too little so far. Let's look at so how is gold moving since the open?
Price is back
Very
above
similar.
that. Mm-hmm. Oh,
go ahead.
Can you hear? Price is above that opening range still. So, for me, I'm not seeing a strong move higher. So I don't. I'm not willing to take a long trade just yet. But we are above this opening range. So again, remember yesterday it was kind of similar. Let's actually move down. Let's look at the 1 minute actually, just because. This was a tricky morning yesterday. This was the open. So opening range happened, price pushed higher, came back below the opening range, came back and made a lower high and then another lower low before actually pushing higher. So it wasn't until, 10 o'clock Eastern time or so that price started to definitively push higher. That's not always the case, but that's how yesterday was. So right now it's looking pretty strong higher. And now it's just dependent on if you or if I were to get a signal confirming higher. So far, I don't personally have that. So I'm still, if I get that, I would go long. And otherwise, I'm just waiting to see if we continue to get a push higher or if we come back to the opening range at some point.
And if we do come back to that opening range, what would that tell you? Would you be willing to buy it, or would you wait for it to break? What would you be leaning on doing at that moment?
Mm-hmm. The things that I look for, momentum indicators for me, if it occurs above the opening range, then I'd be long. And if it occurs below, then I'd be short. So right now, I'm not seeing a super strong indication that the move is higher just yet. It's actually, we're starting to see momentum pick up a little bit. So for example, the ADX is starting to pick up. So today, the morning, the move could be long, just like it was yesterday, where it looked to me anyway, like it should be interested in going lower. That's not what happened. So, going to be super important just to react to what price is currently doing. But I will say yesterday, there wasn't as much momentum to the downside as what we saw in the overnight price action. Whereas last night in the overnight, there was more of a push to the downside. So like I said, we're below the open from yesterday. We're below the weekly open. And so, it might just be a matter of needing a little bit more time, or it could be simply that down is not the move today. And, looking at the indices, we have an hour until the New York Open happens. But right now, price is still looking, it's not weak, but it's just kind of consolidating. The directional strength is weak. There isn't much happening. Price is contained inside this previous day low, previous day high. And again, with the NASDAQ, price did pop slightly above, just barely above the previous day high, and then fell right back in. So you can see the new week opening gap is marked out here, but keep in mind that's from a couple weeks ago. So I don't think, I don't have the other gap marked out, but still waiting to see what's going to happen on the indices. And that could also inform kind of a better idea of what's going to happen with gold, potentially. It's never a sure thing, but if we see gold start to really move low, the indices really start to move lower and gold is above the opening range, it might be time to, kind of pause and sort out what the move should be. And gold is also inside the daily range. So it would have been a stronger case for the short side if price maybe would have come up and taken out this previous day high and pushed lower. We didn't see that. I'm not sure if I have the market session. Yeah, here we go. Here's the market session. So we can move down here and take a look at what that looks like. Here is the market session from overnight. So you can see the Asian range was strongly pushing lower, but not much happened in the London session. In fact, if you can see, it's a little bit hard to see here, but this looks at the average over the last 50 sessions or 50 periods. So right now I'm on the 30 minutes. So it would be 50 30-minute periods. And you can see that the Asian range was pretty large. In fact, it was 127% compared to the average range over the last 50 periods. But the London opening range was very much kind of a consolidation move. So almost the reverse of what we're seeing on the daily, where it was a strong move down, consolidation, and maybe we'll get another push higher. So just a total reverse of what we were talking about, almost like this kind of flag pattern where it consolidates in this area and then we get a push lower, maybe.
Yes, I see that too. We'll have to be patient. We'll have to be patient to let the market tell us, in our own ways, each one of us, the ways we read the market. A few will be using indicators, other price action, and whatnot, whatever it is that well, to be able to allow you to read the market. We will have to be patient to wait for more data in each our own methods in order before we take any trades here. Because I what I see in EU, I don't have to put my charts necessarily right here. It's that movement that is slowly but surely getting lower. But there's nothing yet. There's nothing to trade, in my opinion. We haven't reached the lower demand zone, and we haven't created new structures to trade from. So on those occasions, which is quite often actually, I just sit on my hands, stand on the sidelines, and just wait for more data. Right? I don't have to be in a trade constantly. We don't have to. Cash is also a position. Let's not forget that. All right. We have William. Congratulations, William, on reaching. You're on your last evaluation, and you reached 0.5% profit today. So that's amazing. That's good. The reason William is stopping at 0.5% is because at the high stake accounts, of course, you need a number of profitable days, 3 profitable days at 0.5% profit. And in order for you to pass that phase, so well done, William.
Congratulations! That's exciting. Congratulations, William.
It is. It's always nice to see our traders, our followers, our viewers celebrate their milestones. Right? It's. I know it's. We shouldn't marinate constantly in only the positive side, because it can be dangerous. But when you do get those reach those milestones, you owe it to yourself to celebrate, to make it worth it, make it, even if it's something very simple that you do because you reached it, but it's symbolic. You know how much time you put in, and it could be something like something you enjoy doing, and you do it symbolically because you reached that milestone, right? Enjoy it. You deserve it. You put in the time, so why not enjoy the process? All right, so let's see. Perfect. William says, thanks, Norris, is what I taken from the 5ers education. All right. Good for you, William. Good for you. You're extracting that information that we obviously have you and all of our viewers in mind when we put out those educational contents and how to be a better trader. And Vinicius congratulating him as well. All right, so today I was talking with Pedro, and we were talking earlier, so about 2 hours ago, we were talking about how our trackers, right, on our wrist mostly, how they track things like our habits, sleeping habits, that is, how active we are, how different metrics of our health. And I was wondering, do you, Deanna, what do you track? Do you track something about your health in relation to your trading? Is there something you have noticed? And if are you doing it?
Yeah, absolutely. I have my Aura ring that I use, and that tracks, sleep, stress levels, track my exercise. All those different things are a part of what we do as traders, and they impact us, even though they're not directly trading activity. Of course, it absolutely impacts you. And I'm just reading through the chat and seeing that Terrence has mentioned trading is so hard, still losing my money on my account, and it's demoralizing. Absolutely. It is demoralizing, and it's really difficult. And even I think once you are profitable, still you have to fight for that consistently profitable piece, right? Being profitable is a step, and the next step is getting to the consistently profitable. And a lot of times that is it's not like riding a bike, where once you learn how to ride a bike, you generally can go out the next day and ride a bike. It's a lot more difficult than that. You're very likely to fall down and have to get up again. And you might even go through a period where you fall down often. So it's really challenging, and absolutely sleep, hydration, all those different things, how much your stress level, how much exercise you're getting can all impact. I know for me personally, I'm very sensitive to sleep. So the worse my sleep is, not only am I, less able to focus and stay regulated, right? Emotionally regulated. I tend to be more emotional, and that's pretty common and pretty normal, and it can interfere with trading. So absolutely, that's a big part of it. What do you track?
And do you what I track also these smart watches. They track your sleep, your resting heart rate, your stress level. I don't look at that as much, but I do see that's the importance of sleep in my performance, in how patient I am, how focused I can stay during the day. And for me, it's very important because I need to wait the whole day for my signals. Sometimes they don't come, but you can't just let go and think, okay, nothing is happening for the last 4 hours. I'm going to relax and lose focus, because your next signal could be just around the corner, and missing a signal can be quite costly in my case. So having a vigilant, healthy amount of focus for a long period of time is something that is essential for my execution. And there's no way to do that if you're drowsy, or you have difficulty holding your focus. So sleep is very, very important. The quality of your thoughts are dependent on the quality of your sleep. All right, if you think about that, it's we all want to be at our best in terms of cognitive function. And one of the best ways to make sure that you are is, of course, nutrition, but very importantly, sleep. Right? If you don't give it what it needs, then how can we expect for your brain to perform at peak level or optimal level in any case?
That's right.
One thing else, Deanna, have you noticed any difference in your trading performance when you are physically more active than otherwise? Have you noticed any positive effects of being physically more active?
I'm always pretty physically active, so I'm not sure. I mean, there have been periods where I had been really sick for a month and basically didn't exercise for an entire month, including walking my dogs, that kind of thing. I can't say for sure that I noticed as a direct result of that. But again, I walk my dogs every day. I work out regularly. So I'm not sure, but I do know that working out strongly impacts my mood. And the better mood you are, the more likely you are to ease into sleep, that kind of thing. And so I just think, maybe you can't track specifically how physical activity is impacting you. Just like I typically would not be able to say hydration improves my trading, but I know in general my overall well-being is related to how hydrated I am. And so I think all of those things are super important. They're confluences in our life that give us better health, better feeling in the moment. And so I can't say that I can directly tell you exactly what the impact of physical activity is, but I know in general I feel better. My mood is better. I think it all goes together. And, I just want to point out Florin's comment too. I almost passed my second stage today. I'll be making a cake either way. And I think that's interesting because I'm not sure what Florin's rationale is for making the cake either way, but it could be, and I might, maybe you can let us know in the comments what you're thinking, but it could be celebrating the process rather than just celebrating the end goal. And I think that's great. I think you should make that cake. The process of becoming a trader is more than just passing the challenge, although that's a super important milestone and to be celebrated as well. But doing well along the way can be plenty of reason to celebrate also. Another comment, I'm in phase 2 in high stakes, but I have been in this phase for a long time. And that's also just fine. It takes different times depending on market conditions, depending how you personally are performing. I know for me, when I start a new challenge or something like that, a lot of times, especially if it's the second phase, I'm just really excited and want to get going, and I'm feeling so confident because I just passed, and I tend to do more damage at the beginning of that second phase. And so sometimes it's a process of having to like recover from, kind of an early drawdown. And so if it's taking you a long time, that's okay. Just moving ahead slowly and surely maybe can be helpful to set a small number goal. So not to fixate on the goal, but if you, for example, if you decide I only really need to make $200 to $400 a day in this account or something like that, that could help you sort of like take little bites of that pie. And next thing you know, it'll be all, you'll be done and you'll be passed on to the next level.
Why is that? You mentioned that in your case, when you move on to a new phase, you typically go to a drawdown. That might be something particular to your strategy or your way of trading, but there is that phenomenon that we when we are that at the start of anything, we tend to go down more likely than to go up. Why is that? Is there a psychological reason for that?
For me, it has nothing to do with strategy. It's 100% related to my personality. I'm confident because I just passed the first phase. I'm overly excited, overly eager. I'm, feeling excessive confidence and also like, oh my gosh, here I go into the next phase. Let me, really tackle this thing. And so instead of somebody who says, okay, I'm going to put on the brakes now. If you think about it, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, each phase is sort of more valuable, right? Not only for your time and energy, but also financially, right? It adds value. It becomes more valuable as you progress through the phases. So somebody who's able to say, oh, I'm going to, pump the brakes because now there's more value in this account. I'm the opposite. My personality says, hey, you did awesome. Go ahead and hit that gas pedal and get moving. And so it just is the way, it's just a struggle for me. That's just the way my personality is in trading and life. And, in a lot of areas in my life that has worked out phenomenally well for me. And trading is not one of them. Trading is an area where, as the account becomes more valuable, it's time to slow down a little bit. Take an inventory of your confidence, making sure it's not grown too large, that kind of thing. But for me, personality wise, that's my struggle. And it will depend on who you are and how you approach the world, but that's the way I do it. And I always have to be on the lookout for that.
I understand that. Would you say if someone is like yourself, where the confidence is high at the beginning of a challenge, of an evaluation of their phase, and they have that eagerness, they say, now is the moment, I need to seize this success and to continue it, I'm going to step on the gas. Would you say that these type of personality, that they need to change this of them, or do you think they need to embrace this and not change them but adapt to it? You understand my question?
Yeah, I think it totally depends on who you are and what your goal is. So there have been times that not so much like on a 2-phase or a 3-phase account, but when for me, I knew because it was, a funded account is more valuable than an evaluation account. Phase 2 is more valuable than a phase 1 because you've spent a lot of time and energy in that. There are some people who are, if they are in an evaluation mode, that they want to continue to go aggressively. And there have been times when that has been me. And that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about sort of like a little bit getting a little too big for your britches and just kind of like pushing too hard and pushing too fast. If that is not what you want to do, what you intend to do, those are the people that need to slow down, focus. I have my little sign here that says slow down, keep it simple, breathe. I am not trying to do that. I am doing it, right? Because that's my natural tendency, but that's not what I want to do. If that's you, then you need to slow down and think about what is it that you want to do. But I can't assume that that's going to be the case for everyone. Some people might want to push the pedal and really see how fast they can do it. And for good reason, right? Some people are recognizing that it's better to have the funded account and be pushing towards making money, an account that has the potential to make money, versus an evaluation. So it really just depends on what your goal is. But if your goal is to slow down, take it easy, then it can be really helpful to have a mindset warm up that you go through before trading. So I have a ton of examples on my YouTube channel where you can go through and kind of do a meditation of sorts that is specifically related to trading. It doesn't have to be. It can be even just a prayer. If you're somebody who prays or somebody who just wants to breathe, you don't have a lot of time, but you're sitting here waiting for your computer to get ready, and maybe you just focus on breathing. So there's all kinds of things that you can do. It depends on what your goal is, though. For most people, that they don't mean to, they're like me in that sense where if they do push the pedal to the metal, they're not meaning to do that. And that is, that's when it's time to slow down and check in with what you're doing and what you want. And also, for something that helps me is what we were talking about. I forget who said it, that it's taken a long time in the phase. And that can be a time where it's really helpful to slow down and say, okay, how many days realistically do I want to pass this challenge in? Let's say it's 30 days. And you have a certain amount that you need to pass to get to the next phase. Let's say it's 3,000. Okay. That's $300 a day on average, and you would be passed. 300 might not sound like a lot when you're thinking, well, I have 3,000 to get to. Actually, sorry, I did the math wrong. That's $100 a day. That might not seem like very much, but once you start stacking those 100s, it can actually come, pretty quickly. You can meet your goals a lot faster than, pedal to the metal and steaming forward and then realizing, okay, now I'm in drawdown. Now I need to not only recover from drawdown, but I still have that $3,000 that I have to make.
Yes, I understand that completely, and it makes a lot of sense. So we have a comment here from someone, Florin. Florin answered your question. The reason why she bakes the cakes, it's because it cleans her mind, she says, and it helps her focus on the mistakes. In other words, it's a reflective moment for her. So baking the cake is her way of looking back at her performance and being self-aware of what she is doing in the market.
Yeah, I love that. Right. It's meditative in a sense, right? A lot of times when I walk my dogs, it's the same type of thing. Even in the shower, some of my best thoughts come in the shower, because it's like when you slow down and you just are quiet and you think. And if that's what happens when you bake a cake, it could be that. It could be, my husband was actually telling me mowing the lawn was really helpful for him because he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't be distracted about anything. And he was just sort of like went internal and was thinking about things. So for some people, it's, I could never do this, but for some people it's driving, right? They get very internal and they can think. That would be a terrible fit for me, but it just depends on what it is for you. And baking a cake, man, I wish I lived in that house. That sounds amazing. If every time you had a hard trading day or needed to reflect, you bake a cake, that sounds lovely for your family members anyway.
It does indeed. In my case, it is running. I get my best ideas when I'm running.
That's a good one too.
So, yeah, because basically your body is completely occupied but your mind isn't, right? Because it's a repetitive movement. You don't have to think about it. You just run. And so your mind can be completely free while your body is completely occupied. And that combination allows you to, be a lot of space basically in your thoughts to think about everything, trading and not trading related. So it's I love doing that. To me, it's a form of meditation as well. Running, that is.
Absolutely. And then even sometimes not thinking, right? Deliberately not thinking. Just, that can be a piece of meditation as well that you might naturally do when you're doing certain things where you're like grocery shopping, for example. If I don't like grocery shopping, but there are some stores that I go to and I'm just there kind of like turning internal. I don't know if you have it where you are, but there's a store that I really like. And I just enjoy being there. It sounds kind of weird, but I just enjoy being there. The lighting is nice. The food is nice. The coffee smell is nice. It's just a nice place to be. And I can very easily there just kind of turn internal and I'm not thinking about anything. And that can be really powerful for your brain as well, to sort of just like regenerate, rejuvenate, rest, and turn off. Some people can do it with like fishing, or, there's everybody. I've heard people say gaming too. For them, gaming can be a time when they're not actually thinking, they're just acting. But for me, it would take a lot of energy and mental focus to game. But for them, it's therapeutic in the sense that they are not thinking, they're just reacting, just responding. And that can be really helpful as well. And then I just want to address one comment here. I've passed 5 accounts, never had a payout. Really better check oneself and step back at the beginning of it. And I agree with you. That is, after every account that's blown, a great time to check back. But also, I think it's super important to know that that is a valid part of the process. When you're developing into a consistently profitable trader, there's kind of like multiple phases, right? There's the phase where you can't pass the stupid challenges. Like you just cannot get through, right? Maybe you can't make any progress. Maybe the next level is you're not passing regularly, but you are able to make some progress and get the ball rolling a bit. Maybe the next phase is, okay, now you can pass. I was in this phase for a while where it was like, I could pass no problem. But then, like we talked about, pedal to the metal, I had a hard time, making it to pay out. And then the next step is, okay, now you're able to take payouts, but you still maybe tend to blow the account from time to time. These won't be true for everybody. Some people, everybody has their different ways that they do things, but that would be a totally valid way as well. And so just know that it is totally normal and it's totally natural that there are different phases that you personally will go through as well. And remembering, it's not like riding a bike. It's not like you get on the bike and you finally figure it out and you stop falling. It's never like that with trading. There's always, even as, I've heard super long-term professional traders talk about old habits that creep up, or maybe they have a major stress that comes up in their life that kind of throws them off. Maybe they didn't realize how it was affecting them, and until things got tricky for them in trading, and then they realized, oh yeah, I guess I haven't been taking care of my body as well as I should be, or something like that. So anyway, that's
true.
Yeah. It is time for me to head out, Victor, but it was great seeing you today. Thank you, everyone in the chat, and look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you, Deanna. Thank you for everything, all those good insights and experience you share with us. I really, and we all appreciate you a lot. So thank you. Me too. Looking forward for that day we meet again, which is very soon. We're scheduled together.
Thanks.
All right. See you. All right, so let's, I'm gonna put my screen on, and we have Ashley in the background. So are you ready, Ashley? Ashley, the man himself, how are you doing today? I see your mic. No, you unmuted it already. How are you doing, Ashley? How is things down there?
Good, all good, Victor. It's nice and sunny today. The weather's out, so good. It's a reason to smile. And hello to all the viewers as well.
Awesome. Great to have you here with us. What do you have in mind for our viewers this day? Are you looking into some setups? Do you have a perhaps a particular asset or anything you would want to share with us to start off with?
Well, in terms of the trading, I always keep on trading all the different 18 symbols are what we call our core asset classes. So that's always trading. There's trades we can mention and go through. Over and above that, one idea that I had, but I'll take the lead from you, Victor, is a couple of weeks back you mentioned for me to start maybe introducing how I manage the risk and certain principles and protocols and processes. So what I thought we could do as a suggestion is to start out casually with a chat with yourself and specifically with the viewers, just to kind of get an idea from any major questions from they might have as a casual chat. And then I get a gauge on what is of interest. And then as the weeks go by, I can actually prepare something to share with the viewers, some insight so that they can improve their trading, so they can possibly implement it in their trading as well. So today, maybe a bit of a casual chat, and then from there, I can take it forward and then prepare something for the next coming weeks, and as along with sharing the progress of those 5ers accounts that I'm busy running as well.
Perfect. Sounds like a plan. But before we do that, let's go to the charts, because I'm sure the viewers would like to see some assets, namely gold. As always, we have a lot of viewers asking for gold. So let's look at what we have here. I'm going to do it very quickly. Let's do gold and have a little revisit on euro dollar. What we have at gold is on the higher time frames, there isn't anything to talk about, at least not nothing really pressing, not depressing. I mean pressing as in something we need to talk about. We have the daily order block we are currently retesting, and by the looks of the wicks, we have these nice rejection wicks within that order block. My guess is that we are the buyers are coming back to the market to push price, probably maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe for a little pop, because it certainly looks kind of bullish to me, and order blocks land. What else do we have? We don't have a quasi here because this is the lowest point of the market, right? That would be the head, and in my way of looking the market, we don't have a structure to be broken, not on the H4 in any case. So, and these are, because these are higher lows, there cannot be head of any quasi or any reversal pattern. So in that sense, I don't have a reversal pattern. So the fact that I don't have a reversal pattern on the H4 does not rhyme exactly with the fact that I'm expecting on the daily maybe a pop, because if that pop is going to be coming soon, we should see some kind of reversal pattern. Typically we do. That's not the case. So that makes me hold off any big trades yet, because I want to be sure that it actually is reversing and telling us that on multiple time frames. It's not doing that. Other than that, let's see, the H4, the last one we had is actually on top or below the previous one, which is still bearish in the sense, you see, that's the this is not an H4 actually, but that's another order block and a bearish one, and we're building that H4 below, which is meaning in concert with that earlier bearish structure. So meaning so far we on the higher time frames, it still looks like price is trying to dig deeper into that bullish structure we have on the daily. So that's gold, and I would be waiting for gold to do that, actually to come near these areas to actually start looking for a possible sign of a reversal. That's not happening yet. Let's look at the at EU, or perhaps let's look at the 1 hour time frame. Yes, I do see this order block being almost reached and price reacted from it, but it's too little. It didn't reach it. It doesn't convince me, to be honest. So I would wait for price to actually reach it. It's not a quasi, by the way, so it's not a valid entry reason for me. Let's look at EU before we go looking at your trade management. Ashley, I'm very eager to hear all those good bits, and I'm sure people at home as well. How you, being in the market so long, what are your perspective, your the wisdom that years in the market trying different stuff, what have they learned, what have they taught you? So let's look at EU very quickly before we change from the charts to trade management. We have in EU as well, as same as in gold, we have a bullish order block on the daily on top of a previous one, successfully retested so far. So that tells me that the pressure is building up for a possible continuation to the upside. So, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen necessarily, but it just puts the odds in favor of that happening, meaning price pushing higher the next couple of sessions. So we go to the H4 to see if we can get some kind of alignment. Where do we get in? And I don't see that. There's an H4 here, but price didn't get there quick enough. Meaning, I'm not sure this is going. It's not. The more it takes, the less fresh it will become, and the less tradable it is. And perhaps it is because this week we have a lot of news coming out. Perhaps the market doesn't want to, take the risk before the news comes out, and things like that. But nonetheless, I need to follow what price is telling me, and price isn't telling me necessarily now to trade or to look for a trade in EU. If anything, we could be looking for a short from that H4 order block, which is being retested right now. However, the momentum is with this big candle. The momentum is obviously to the upside in that candle, meaning you got to watch out because it is as well in the direction of the impulsive move we had earlier on Monday. Meaning, even though I don't see the reversal, it still can happen all the time. It happens all the time. It doesn't have to have a reversal pattern to actually continue and continue to shoot up. So I'm a little hesitant to taking a short here. My trade plan tells me that I need to wait, and I don't have a proper reason to take a short from there yet. I need to wait for proper alignment. So that's EU. So basically shorting from this area, which seems very scary for a lot of people with that momentum inside, and waiting for price to get to lower levels, even though that's not going to be a valid entry anymore. So I'll have to wait for, price to actually create new structures for me to act upon it. But that's EU. We are as you can see, we are sort of range bound. We did have a little breakout yesterday, but in general, we're still roughly, we haven't moved, the structure hasn't changed very considerably yet. I did have that breakout, and we're sort of coming back to it. But in the general, if you really zoom out, we are in just one big consolidation area, which stems all the way from Wednesday, the 23rd, around that. So, all right, so that's EU, basically range bound until perhaps some clarity on the news side of things. So let's get to Ashley. Ashley, what do you begin with? If we're going to, I can't speak that language. It sounds marvelous, but I can't speak it, AP. So if you don't mind, say it in English. Maybe we can interact. Ashley, when you think about trade management, what are the principles for you? What do you think about? What are the basics?
Well, Victor, to answer that question, I think we've got to start holistically. And let's start with a quote from Peter F. Drucker that says that you can't manage what you don't measure. So first and foremost, that brings to the forefront the understanding of data capturing and understanding what the stats are telling you. It's one thing for us as traders to have a view and to have an opinion, which you're entitled to. It's another thing to really understand what is the statistics telling you in order to guide you moving forward and any adjustments that one needs to make. So let's start with that first and foremost, because as a trader, your main role, your main key job description, your main key KPI is to manage risk. And you can't manage if you don't measure. So that's the first principle to start with. The second thing is there's a number of layers and factors to bear in mind. Now, I don't want to go into too much of the detail at this point in time, but to name a few, first of all, you'll need to understand, I don't know how many of the viewers really understand in MetaTrader, one of the main platforms of the primary platform of the 5ers, in terms of the symbol details, where it tells you the contract size, the margin requirements, minimum lot size, minimum step value, opening times, etc., and understanding what's actually a lot for that particular symbol. So first and foremost, it's understanding those specific details, because from there you would need to understand how to calculate the number of symbols you're going to trade, the trade on average you're going to take. So it becomes all calculations. It's not difficult, but it's something to be aware of. So that's the first thing to start with. Second thing is, like we've been saying on the 5ers, definitely always put a stop. However, bear in mind that a stop loss is not a guarantee that that trade is going to come out at your desired stop loss level. You could have the market slipping or gapping past that point. So you need to be aware of it. Does it happen often? No, but it can happen. So you have to have certain things to mitigate that in place. And there's a range of areas, but be aware of that. But certainly place a stop loss. Don't not have a stop loss in place. The next thing is understand that by having a stop loss, most traders, especially when they're starting out, they'll actually place that stop and leave it there. That's not a bad thing. You're still doing risk management. You still have a stop. But bear in mind is that as the trade develops, whether it moves slightly out of your favor, then in your favor, and they're to-in and throwing, it allows you an opportunity to reduce that risk from your initial risk. So gradually moving as a principle or trailing your stop gradually, not just moving it to break even, allows that trade to breathe, but at the same time allows you to manage your risk and move that stop. Okay, so at least now you're managing risk. The third area now is understanding that when you place a TP level is also just a static level in your trade. So the market's moving between your entry and your stop loss and your take profit, but there are so many hundreds of different areas for that trade to either be taken out on reduced risk, break even, or even a little bit of profit between that point. So understanding that one certain level, irrespective of how good your technical analysis and your levels are, when you've analyzed it should get to that level, doesn't mean it must. So also think about scaling out of your trade, splitting your trades if necessary to have different TP levels. That allows you to have different points of exit of that trade, from reduced risk, obviously then into taking profit. And remember, trailing stop, as it trails, can actually also take profit by hitting that stop, if that stop gets to a level where you're above or below your entry, if you're long or short. So those are just some of the key principles to bear in mind. The next thing I'm going to get into before we start a bit of a discussion is then understanding about your account. You're not only managing the trade, but you've got to manage the account, because the account is the main thing, meaning that you may take 1 or 2 trades, 2 or 3 trades, and obviously it has an effect on the account. Managing the account in a way, and what I mean by that is understanding how to manage the account from a perspective of all the trades you got open. So for example, one area that technique that I employ is that with the 18 symbols that I trade, I split the trades, I scale the trades, and I split each position into 3 trades. And one of those trades designed to work collectively with the account, meaning if all those certain trades of all the open positions reach a certain level of the account, it only closes those portions of each position. So it gets quite involved, but it's understanding from the principle first, and then working your way towards how you're able to continue to manage risk and increase profit. Okay, so that just gives you a brief synopsis as an introduction. Is there anything you want to interject to at this point, Victor?
I have so many questions. You started with measuring risk and measuring your performance. What exactly should we be measuring, and how do we measure it?
True. So if you can recall some of the previous 5ers on, all those reports that I went through in terms of the MT5 report, the dashboard. So the two key areas that I deem highly important in one's stats, trading stats now, is your profit factor, but more important than your profit factor is the recovery factor. So we all know generally traders, all traders, genuine traders should understand their profit factor. And basically, let's just take in all your profitable trades, the sum of your profitable trades divided by your losing trades. If you in profit, then the profit factor will be above 1. If you break even, where your profits and losses are identical, then the profit factor is going to be equal to 1. If you're in loss, the profit factor is going to be less than 1. Okay, it's like 0.8, etc. However, over and above the profit factor, what I would emphasize even more is your recovery factor. And what your recovery factor basically tells you is that in your strategy, does your strategy allow you to recover your maximum drawdown at that point in time? Because remember, a drawdown is inevitable in a journey of a trader, a genuine trader. It's inevitable. It's something so natural. It's part of nature. It's as things as mountains and seas part of nature. A drawdown in trading is part of the process. So the recovery factor is quite important because that gauges to at what level or at what ratio does your strategy able to recover that maximum drawdown at that point in time. And obviously, stats are moving targets. So you got to keep on an eye on them, compare them, and then understand what they are telling you in order to adjust your strategy or your process or any of your other areas in terms of trading.
Nice. Okay, so you use the actually, what do you use for the measuring of the stats? Is it just the reports on MT5 as you mentioned before? Okay. You're not using any external journaling software or website to do this a little bit differently?
No, we have our own in-house ones that we discussed before, where we take the MT5 report, create through an Excel or CSV file, and then we can spin the data the way we want, etc. So that's what we do, but that's our in-house areas. That's custom, but there's nothing external that I use from anybody else. But the main source is those stats from your own personal trading that everyone using MT5 and the 5ers would have access to. There's nothing special about it. It's more important to understand as the trader, the tools are there. It's how you utilize those tools and how you can use those tools to move you forward.
I understand. Okay, another thing, you mentioned as well with the stop as with the target, that to you there is added edge in knowing how to adjust them, right? Having them in the first place is a good thing, but as I understand you prefer to adjust them if the opportunity allows you. What are you looking for? How do you know, according to your system, that it is okay to start moving your stop and or your target?
Simple answer to that, Victor, is I don't know. I place humility in front of me to saying I can analyze the market. I've got my opinion. I can extract the probability, but I won't know for certain. But my job is to manage risk, irrespective of what my opinion or what my analysis tells me. So what I do then as a default is I trail the stop from the word go, meaning that, for example, let's say I have 100 pip stop on euro dollar. If euro-dollar moves 1 pip in my favor, my stop moves 1 pip in my favor as well. So now my stop is not 100 pips, it's 99 pips. So it keeps that distance. So I'm keeping the distance to still allow the trade to move, but at the same time, I'm executing my job description. The fact is, in trading, you are not going to know. If you think you're going to know, you already have lost the plot and you've already put yourself at a major disadvantage.
Yes, that is absolutely true. So basically, you're using a trading stop which starts from the get-go. It doesn't wait for you to be in profit, or does it wait for you to be in profit?
No, it does. So remember, the trading stop moves as soon as the trade starts moving in my favor. So let's say, for example, I have a 100 pip stop. If it starts moving in my favor, let's say it moves 1 pip in my favor, my stop now from entry is not 100 pips, it's 99. So it keeps ratcheting up. But obviously, if the trade goes 10 pips in my favor, then basically my stop now from entry is 90 pips. Now the trade moves against me, I'm only 5 pips in favor. My stop stays there as it is. It doesn't ratchet down. So that's the nature of a trading stop. It always moves in your favor and holds that level and never moves out of your favor.
Yes, I understand that. Okay, so it's perfect. And would you say, have you tested this this trading as part of your trade management? Have you tested this on different kind of strategies? And is it as as good for all kinds of strategy, mean reversion, breakout, and whatnot kind of trader strategy?
Yes, Victor, I have. More importantly than that, what I've done is you take a strategy and you actually we have a continuous live forward testing, live accounts going through more specific demo accounts to collect data, and have an account where you got the strategy with no trading stop and one with a trading stop, and you collect the data and you can see from there. So to answer your question, by default, as a default understanding as a trader is a default mechanism that's built in a trader's DNA. You should always be placing that trading stop, but part of your process in terms of back testing, forward testing the strategy is to even go further to say, let the data tell me, does it suffice for this strategy? So you take the strategy, you run it in terms of collecting data, and one account you run without a trading stop, one you run with, and you compare and then you can compare, and then you can see during the same market conditions, the same type of trades, which one performed better. And again, performance is not necessarily the bottom line, meaning that it's not about looking for the highest profit. It's looking for the most balanced result in relation to profit versus managing risk. So it's a give and take. It's not about just looking for the highest profit. The highest profit doesn't necessarily mean it is the best strategy to deploy going forward.
Yes, risk-adjusted returns is something not to look over. It's not just about the profit, but how much you have paid in terms of risk to get that profit as well. All right, so let's continue. I think those are the for now the questions that I would wanted to ask people. You have Ashley here very generously sharing all his knowledge that took him years to collect and synthesize into words of or phrases of wisdom. Take your opportunity, make use of it. You have Ashley here. Ask Ashley anything you want in your trade management. If you have some questions, perhaps you're not sure how to go about looking for or dealing with a situation in trade management, you have Ashley here, and he will do his best, and I'll chip in as well to help anyone with any issues in that regard. All right, so we we have so you measure and you think about the stops, and you have trading stops in your case, and you measure it, comparing it constantly, not only with your back testing but also forward testing to not applying it, right? So that's kind of a validation of whatever you are measuring in your past, that's also being validated going forward with the demo accounts or the forward testing. You also talked about the so you said about the risk being you're managing with a trailing stop. How about the target? Is the target also moving in any direction based on what price is doing?
No, Victor. If one thinks about it logically, if one adjusts your target, whether you move it in your favor for more profit or whether you move it out of your favor for less profit, you're going to, number one, adjust or misalign your different calculated ratios. Number two, you're never really going to take profit. So it doesn't make logical sense to move your take profit. However, I have multiple take profits for a position. So just in terms of terminology, I take a trade. When I say I take a position, it's the same thing as you guys saying you take a trade. The reason I say I take a position is because that position is then split into either 2 or even 3 trades, and they got different TP levels. So they got different reward risk ratios, different TP levels, because what I'm doing then is adding areas for that trade to take profit. Okay, so that the TPs don't get moved, but I'm adding additional areas to take profit. That allows me to manage that trade better for the account as well.
Perfect. We have a question from the audience.
Yes.
What is according to you the perfect entry or exit? What is it that makes it for you to be perfect?
Okay, so my response to that is there is no perfect entry and exit. In trading, it's not about perfection. Unfortunately, humans, we kind of, with our background and our human tendencies, think that we want to be right, we want to get everything perfect. In trading, it's not about being perfect. In trading, it's about understanding how to react as the market moves. So for your entry, you could have, for example, either a perfect entry in inverted commas, or you could have a sloppy entry. It's going to make no difference to your end result. What's going to make a difference to your end result is how you manage that trade. So, for example, you could have a situation where your entry technique is nothing other than throwing a dart at a wall that's got all the different symbols that you're trading, and then throwing another dart if you're going long or short, and then throwing in a third dart to say when you're going to enter. So your entry could be as simple as that. And if you manage the trade correctly, you could still actually make profit. But more specific than that for the exit is understanding that your job is to manage that risk. So to answer a perfect exit where there's actually no perfection is actually when you're managing that trade. When you do not move your stop out of your favor, you either keep your stop at initial level or move the stop in your favor, and you don't average down if it's not necessary initially in your strategy.
Yes, I understand that. So you what you just said there, I think many viewers would be, wondering, can a random entry and a random direction, can a system which is based on random entries, can, in your opinion, can it be a profitable system?
The answer to that question is yes, over time. However, I want to change the question to mention, can a random system be a responsible and sustainable system if obviously you place in the risk management first? And the answer to that is truly, truly yes. So over time, in terms of profit is relative. We're all looking as humans for the best and most profit. It's understandable. But we need to actually come down from that high and understand reality as it is. And the exercise I've mentioned was just to illustrate that you don't need to search for a perfect entry. By searching for a perfect entry, in my opinion and experience, is a futile exercise. Yes, you can, and you can add so many criteria to your strategy that the drawback with that is you may hardly ever have a trade, or seldom have a trade, or more specifically, the more criteria you add to your system, it will reduce the frequency of trades. Now, again, it doesn't mean you need to have high frequency, but you've got to be balanced. You can't necessarily have a great system, but it trades once a year, once a month, etc. You're not going to really find that you're going to gain progress in trading. And remember, the markets are always moving every week, every weekday, in addition to cryptos, which is over the weekend. So there's always opportunity. It's understanding how to take advantage of that opportunity and specifically focus on managing that risk. And an exercise one can easily do is take a demo account, take a trade exactly to that exercise, put a trade with no stop or stop, and then one with a trading stop, and then see the difference, and then measure that difference when you compare apples to apples.
I like that about you, Ashley, where you compare everything basically all the time to make sure that your conclusions are right. Because what you're comparing, you can go in your backtesting and see it, but you still want to compare it. Basically, you want to double check on yourself that, whatever conclusion you draw, it was actually the correct conclusion. I really like that about your way of approaching it. Awesome. I like that. All right. So what is next? So we have gone through a number of things that you consider in trade management, in measuring, in knowing all the details of every asset. You mentioned asset specific information, stops, having a stop always in place, adjusting your perhaps trailing, but adjusting your stops as the market progresses, and so on, and scaling into your position and scaling out as well. What else is there? What comes to mind for trade management, besides this quite long list, to be fair?
There's definitely still plenty more on how to do it. So to give you some insight, another area is about not just the trade. So remember, there's a point in time where you need to also understand that managing a trade has certain limitations within the bigger scheme of the account. So now you got to try and also combine or focus managing the account. Now that's also something of interest, where it can make a huge impact in terms of closing the gap. Where, say, for example, you got 2 or 3 trades running, your equity is high, so it's got a lot of open trades with profit. But the trades are running, they're performing very nicely. You've got to stop. You got to probably even a trading stop. You got a TP. However, as the market is dynamic, it moves. It may not get you a TP. It may then reverse, and then you find that floating profit from your equity starts to evaporate. You've then also lost an opportunity to capture some of that profit. Now, in terms of the physical trade, you might be managing it to its limitation. There's a limitation. You can't manage it more. If you move the stop any tighter, you're not going to allow the trade to move in order to progress in your favor. So the other way then is to understand that you need to move and look outwards in terms of the whole account. So there's a couple of ways to do that, which I can explain in a moment. And the other area to also mention to answer your question is another way you can manage the trade itself, besides the stop, a trading stop, multiple TPs, is to actually actively have a exit criteria. Now, what I mean by that is very often we have an entry criteria based upon the charts, the analysis of whatever the analysis of our strategy. We have a stop loss distance relative to that strategy. We see, okay, there's some support here, there's some highs and lows over here. I'll place my stop over here and have an X reward risk ratio as a TP. And then obviously we can manage that trade like we discussed. But very little of the times have I seen that a trader actively has criteria as that trade develops, where they go, if seeing things happen on the chart where I'm still in an open trade and this and this and this and this happens, then I'm going to close the trade even though it hasn't hit my stop yet. Very often, traders do that, but they do it basically like on the cuff, when it's not really set, it's not consistent, and they're going according to the emotions, and they're going according to certain things that they're feeling. That's not good as well. So to have a predetermined exit criteria based upon your strategy will also be able to manage to reduce your risk. So that's another area.
And what would such criteria be? As a simple example, do you mean price action criteria or time stops?
It could be a number, a combination depending on the strategy. So, for example, on the strategy I deploy in relation to our core strategy and everything else from that is that whatever my entry criteria is, some of the entry criteria I reverse. And if the market reverses and that criteria reverses and I'm still in the trade, I exit the trade. The trade exits automatically. So once those criteria meet, so basically it's like thinking now the opposite. I get triggered. Let's suppose, hypothetically saying, the criteria for my strategy is active. It triggers. I'm in the trade now. Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say it goes out of my favor. We all like it to go in our favor. That's great. Happy days. But let's play devil's advocate to say it goes out of my favor. If it goes out of my favor, based upon my strategy or whatever I'm using, if this and this happens, this crosses that breaks below that, etc., exit. So you have that criteria before you enter the trade to understand what you're looking for as you manage the trade, as you keep an eye on the trade. And then you go, that's happened, exit out of the trade. That by default can reduce your risk. And reducing risk and taking a loss is no shame. It's normal. It's quite normal. And the more you do that by taking small losses, the more you can keep on trading. The more you can keep on trading, the more you have potential to earn profit.
Well said, Ashley. Perfect. Yes, I totally agree with that. Having extra criteria that are independent of your stop and TP to exit the trade. I totally agree that, because in my case, it's the time of the day. The time of the day, the frequency of my signals and the win rate is a function of the time of the day, right? The time of the day can change, and that's something that I've noticed, that the time of the day can change the results completely. So if that's such a big factor in success of any trade, I need to adapt once that time of the day has reached an unfavorable area, meaning, a time of the day where I need to close the position regardless if it hit the target or not. And I've noticed that there's so much profit that I used to leave on the table unnecessarily in comparison, because I compared that to what happens if I don't touch anything and what happens if I do apply this rule. And I look backwards in my back testing to get the rule, to fine tune it, and going forward as well to validate it, because otherwise you might get into a trap that it's sort of curve fitting, right? It's only a rule that is specifically for your data set, or in other words, your specific characteristics of that period on which you back tested it or tested that that rule, but it's not something, there's no logic necessarily behind it for it to continue working in the future. So that validation is, I think, very important. All right, awesome, Ashley.
Yes, thank you, Victor. Victor, I see there's a question from Florin. What are Ashley's entry conditions? Florin, to answer your question, I deploy I use a multiple strategy approach. But as a baseline in terms of my technical analysis, it's understanding very critical fundamental areas and types of charts and timeframes. So to give you a basis on every strategy that I use, I'm always using a line chart. I'm always focusing primarily on the daily to get the primary trend. I'm looking at a minimum of a year's data on that daily, and then understanding between what's the trend with a 50 and a 200 moving average, and using several different indicators in terms of the specific strategy that I'm deploying. So some of the indicators would be the parabolic stop and reversal, RSI, ADX, ATR. Those are the types of indicators that I use, combining with multiple timeframes. To give you an example, a couple of the strategies use a combination of 9 to 10 different timeframes. Okay, so I can't really answer that question directly. It's a bit more detailed answer depending on the strategy that we are speaking about. But that's not really the focus for today, but that just kind of gives you an idea of what I continue to look at. There's a fundamental foundation that you need to be looking at and understanding, and then working outwards.
There's another question here from Samuel, a little bit different, but I think it's still very interesting. Let's put it on. I see that it's not working. Oh, there we go. There's a little delay in the platform. So at what point do you think, Ashley, a trader is ready to open a live account? After, of course, trading sometime with a demo.
That one is challenging to answer because I'd like to change the question, but let's answer the question first. The key thing about moving from a demo to a live, in my opinion and expertise, is it's not about if you can be profitable. Most often, traders use a demo and they will transition to a live account when they see they've made profit or they've made money. That, in my opinion and expertise, is extremely incorrect. A demo is there for you to ensure that your actions are done correctly and responsibly. Meaning that if you've executed a trader demo account, but you've lost money, however, you have managed your risk, you stuck into your strategy, you haven't done any FOMO trading or any revenge trading, and you've stuck into your plan, I would say you are ready for live trading, even though you've lost money. The issue with focusing on profit in a demo is that in a demo account, if your sole focus is profit, your actions that you take to get that profit could be extremely irresponsible or incorrect. That then sets a wrong belief structure going forward and will harm you more than do you good. So the answer to this question is, irrespective of the result of the demo account, you are ready for live trading if you followed your trading plan and focused on your main job to manage risk before profit. Now, it is a bit intangible, that answer, to understand when is that point, because there are other criteria one needs to look at, but that's just the general answer to that question. However, over and above the question, it's highly important to understand that once you even go live trading, continue demo trading using mirror trade facilities, etc., so you can keep on capturing data in a demo account. So, for example, let's say you transition to a live trading. However, now you might be going through a bit of nerves, and a trade has set up according to your criteria, but you can't pull the trigger. You kind of get like a deer in headlights. Now, the fact that you didn't take that trade because now you've frozen is going to disadvantage you in terms of the data. So allow that demo account to still take the trade, etc., in some form or fashion, or you execute it on the demo account, and then you could easily hesitate on your live account until you get more comfortable. If you're talking from a novice point of view, going from demo to live, so there's a number of areas to consider. But the key thing and the key principle is always come back to: do your job as a trader, manage risk. That is the first and foremost thing you need to focus on.
Of course, viewers, Ashley said that you are ready to move as long as on the demo account when you are able to execute your trade plan, even though you didn't make profit. But I assume, Ashley, you mean given that you have a profitable system, back tested, etc.
Yes, correct. Correct, Victor. A profitable system is also a relative, obviously relative in terms of a number of areas, etc., the data. So there's a lot of unknowns there. But if we just try and answer the question to help out the viewer, is to where to focus their attention. If they focus their attention on managing risk, they can go live. They will hesitate. They'll go through the normal transitions and feelings of a new trader, and again continue to capture that data, and then they can adjust going forward, because there's also a time and a place for everything. There's a time to just do demo trading, there's a time to make that transition. If the focus sometimes on trading is get the system right before you go live, you'll find that there is a hesitation on that trader. There's that gap that they're missing. So sometimes if you understand, as long as you understand you're managing that risk, make that leap. But don't make that leap with the thought that you're going to be a millionaire now. You're making that leap to keep on the progress. Because that also the physical emotions from live trading does make a huge impact in terms of understanding your strengths, weaknesses as a trader and as your system, and keep on refining. A trading system continues to need to be nurtured, refined along your journey.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ashley. Given that a trader has a profitable system that is, backtested, has some kind of certainty in terms of validation, and that because backtesting always is lab condition, right? Everything is perfect. We can stop time. We don't have slippage. It's, we can see 2020 in backtesting in real life. We can't. So demo is I think, and that's where I agree with you, that it is a transition phase where you don't have everything perfect, because the market is, time is, you can't stop time. You can look back, right? If you miss something in demo, it's missed. You can't go back in time. So there's elements of actual trading to it, but you don't have the emotions yet, right? So you're getting close to the to real conditions without having the fear necessarily as you would with a live account, right? It also allows you to do bad things, as you said, Ashley, bad habits, and that's where your focus is when trading with live accounts, to avoid those bad habits. But it certainly has a place to try your process, right? What do you go through? How fast do you need? How much time do you need, especially if you're in the lower time frames, or even if you're on the higher time frames? What is your workflow during the day? How many times do you have to set alarms to go back to the market? How many minutes before the close of each candle do you actually need to get to the market, right? It's certain minor things that don't seem like very important, but you didn't need to think that when you were doing backtesting, right? So it's something that is, but you will need it as you trade forward testing or forward looking. So I think it's very useful to appreciate these things, right? Because demo trading nowadays, I feel like has a bad rap. Like it's not, there's not a lot of value to it. You can learn, dealing with your emotions, and maybe it's not for that. It's for something else. Think about that. I would say to those viewers, it's more about your process and the flow of your work, and maybe even your day, applying a strategy when time is not stoppable. Awesome. We have another question,
yes,
Ashley.
I see that.
Another one here asking about high impact news event. We talked about this earlier, Ashley, or not earlier, a couple of weeks ago. What can you tell us? How does high impact news change your trade? How does it impact your trade management?
Thank you, Victor. To answer you, Elvis, yes, during high impact news events, I continue to trade. It depends on the strategy I deploy. So I always have what we call a base strategy. So that base strategy, hence the name base, or another word core, that core strategy trades all the time. irrespective of high impact news, low volatility, high volatility, it always trades. So the answer to that question is yes, especially for the base strategy. Then your next question is, what's your strategy for managing risk in those situations? All of those areas that I mentioned to you, I deploy in those strategies. And just to give you some figures, there's about in the strategy, there's about 8 different exit points for my strategy as I enter a trade. So when I'm saying points, it's not specifically, some of it is actual points. Other areas is an active area. When triggered, it will then exit the trade. So there's up to 8 different areas to manage that trade. Over and above that, in terms of setting my stop loss distance, I use the ATR. So the average true range that the 5ers and Victors are very fond of. It's a very important indicator. Why do I use that? Is it because it automatically then adjusts the distance I'm going to give for my stop loss. So when volatility is low, it will then shrink my stop loss distance accordingly. When volatility is high, it will increase my stop loss distance accordingly. So I'm never really too concerned with the high volatility and high impact news, because as volatility increases, that ATR will keep on adjusting. And as the trade's taken, it will then initially set the distance and then adjust according to that ATR.
Perfect. Nice. So basically, you don't stop, you just adjust, but you adjust automatically by using ATR and indicators like that, right? Do you have other indicators you use besides ATR for volatility correction?
No, the main one is ATR. That's the primary one I use for volatility. There's some others that I inadvertently place just to keep an eye on, but it doesn't really form part of the strategy. So ATR is the main one, and along with that is the strategy itself and the different criteria that I use to enter and exit the strategy, and the different trailings and the tools that I've mentioned before. So all of that in combination, you've got quite arsenal on your side in terms of high volatility when the market moves.
And you only use the ATR for your stop placement, or is it something in the logic as well? Like you use it to trigger something, if you use the value of the ATR with perhaps some multiples to it to trigger, some component of your logic of the strategy.
For the base strategy, I don't use the ATR as a entry or exit criteria. It's purely in terms of the stop loss distance for the base strategy. There are different other strategies where I may consider using the ATR to either for a entry or exit. So, for example, if that ATR drops below a moving average of its own, then basically exit the trade. Or if it drops below, then start looking for these criteria, because then we know volatility is low or volatility is high. But for the base strategy, which I'm referring to right now, it's only used for the stop loss distance. And then I can also use different multiples of that ATR to also adjust that stop loss distance if I see fit. I can also adjust it according to a time frame and the period of the ATR itself automatically.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed is this is something that I've noticed testing as well, that when I use, this is another strategy, it's not the one that I use with order blocks and quasis. This is a mean reversion strategy. What I notice is when we'll have declining ATR,
yes,
the mean reversion strategy becomes infrequent. And it's obvious, because declining ATR means that it's decreasingly getting smaller and smaller ranges. That means, and if you're using these ranges for some kind of reversal, mean reversion, that means that you're gonna get less and less triggers, because they're not going to be exceeding. They're going to be less frequently doing so. So it's very it it stimulates that part of our mind that likes to play with math, basically. At least for me.
Correct. Quite correct, Victor. The other thing to add to your statement there, which hopefully some of the traders have cottoned onto, is in the markets, is a low volatility period will then be followed by a high volatility period. And a high volatility period will then be followed by a low volatility period. And volatility, that word itself, is actually used too often with not enough understanding. And again, that volatility is also relative to your strategy. So specifically, to make it specific, volatility on that ATR is just measuring that distance of whatever time frame of the highs and the lows. Whether you're looking at a candle chart, a candlestick chart, or a bar chart, it's just that distance of that highs and lows on a specific time frame. And that gives you an idea the overall volatility of the market itself, because the topic of volatility can go even to the extent of using the VIX index. And there's strategies that even deploys that VIX index. When the VIX index is at a certain level above or below, then certain strategies are deployed when it's below a certain level, and certain strategies are deployed when it's above a certain level. So it's understanding that relativity.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, volatility in itself is how often it moves, and the ranges is a function of how often it moves, but it's not the actual thing. It's an approximation. It's a proxy for actually volatility. So ATR, is a method to approximate the actual volatility of any asset, basically. Awesome, Ashley. Great stuff as always. The time is always too short.
Yes.
Too short for us to discuss these things, because I always want to go a little bit deeper. But of course, we have to keep to our time allocation that we have. Ashley, any concluding words in terms of trade management? Setting things up for the next time you're going to be coming up. What do you say to our viewers?
I would highly like to encourage our viewers to, wherever you are in your journey in trading, whether it's good, bad, mediocre, at any point in time, it's always going to be a good thing to be grounded by the principle of what is your role as a trader. What is your main KPA, your key performance area as a trader? And that key performance area is to manage risk. It doesn't matter at the end of the day if you have a losing trade, losing month, you've lost an account, lost a challenge. As long as you've lost it to the least of your ability, that is what you are able to control. Whether you win or lose, that's at the heart of the market. Okay, so focus on that. By really focusing on that, you will start to slowly, keyword slowly, see things changing for the better in many areas of your trading journey towards success. And success literally means at the end to that profitability. But don't focus on that profitability yet. Focus on managing that risk as best as you can. So that's my last parting words. And then finally, Victor, at a point in time in the near future, I will have more time available to join the live stream. So that's something to look forward to in the future when we can engage more.
Awesome. We would definitely love that. Ashley, you hear it here at our live stream. People like our streams. If you like this, like our channel, if you like this stream, that gives us the sign that we need to do more of these streams, perhaps more often. As you have seen, we have expanded from 3 days to 4 days a week. And all of these things, we do it with the feedback you gave us. And that is giving likes. Subscribing to our channel is one way we understand which direction we need to go. So I would like to invite you to do that today, right now. If you got any value, don't forget to hit that button. With the EU having some impulsive moves in the background, I would like to invite everyone to join us again tomorrow It will be a great day as usual here at the 5ers live trading live stream. All right, see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye all. Bye-bye viewers.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at the 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.